7 o'clock. I'm calling this Acton Select Board meeting to order. This open meeting is being conducted remotely consistent with the legislative acts of 2021, Chapter 20, Section 20, an act relative to extending certain COVID-19 measures adopted during the state of emergency. This meeting is convening by video conference via the Zoom app as posted on the meeting agenda. See the meeting agenda on the town website for details on how to participate remotely. This meeting will feature some public comment. Please note that the meeting will be recorded and it may be published and rebroadcast. All participation within this meeting will be visible to others. Finally, each vote taken in this meeting will be conducted by roll call vote. Okay, we'll start with resident concerns. I just want to tell people that if it's an item on the agenda, I would prefer you wait to that agenda item before speaking on that topic. Justin or Matt, can you call on the people with their hands raised?
Sure thing. I have, let's see, I don't have a name for that one. So Franny Osmond is up.
Hi, I actually was told by people in the renters group that I was supposed to talk about that during citizens' concerns, but I wondered why. So I should wait to talk about renters advocate position till we talk about that, correct?
Yes, please.
Okay, so I only have my usual comment, which is that these meetings are not being held in a way that empowers the public. The public is artificially kept from knowing who else is in line, who else is interested in a certain topic, who else is in the room, and waiting to talk or just even watching live. And I think that it would be important to find another technology improvement, such as just showing the attendee list or something, which would show who's waiting, whose hand is up. There are ways, and I just think it's disempowering. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, next up is Jennifer Mrazis. I think they put their hand down. So next up, Virginia Loftus. Okay. If you could unmute.
I got the little prompt to unmute, but this is Amy Krishnamurthy.
Okay,
So
there you go.
okay.
Go ahead, Amy.
Why
I just
don't
want to
you
make
go
sure.
ahead, Amy? Virginia, just hold on a minute.
Thank you. Thanks so much for letting me speak. Federal funds have been critical to the maintenance of town and school services throughout the pandemic. Last fall, with the passage of ARPA, another important source of federal funds was made available to towns including Acton and Boxborough. At the time, the use of funds was significantly constrained by Treasury rules. Thus, the town manager presented to the Select Board proposals that were believed to comply with the spending rules, and the Select Board approved proposals at the 18 October meeting. However, in January 2022, the Treasury issued new rules that greatly expanded uses for ARPA funds so that for awardees of less than $10 million, the entire sum could be recognized as revenue replacement and used for general governmental purposes. In October 2021, it was not known what type of budgetary pressures we would face in developing the FY23 budgets. We now know that those budgets face substantial financial challenges. I believe that if the Select Board had this option in the fall, the fund allocation would have looked very different. In light of the rule change, I am asking that the Select Board revisit the discussion of last October and to allocate most of or all of the ARPA funds to revenue replacement. In this way, the funds will be subject to the town's normal process for allocating revenue amongst various operating and capital expenditures and municipal and educational needs. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to call on Harriet DeLuzio. You can unmute.
Yeah, I also was supposed to talk about the advocate, the renter's advocate position, and I believe that you want us to speak about that later, right?
Yes, please.
Yeah, all right. I thought I put my hand down. I'll talk to you later. Thank you.
Thank you.
And it looks like Virginia Loftus.
Can you hear me?
Yes, hi.
Okay. I would like to also speak later with as far as the my opinion of the renter advocate.
Sure, just raise your hand at that time, please.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I don't see anybody else with their hand up.
Thank you very much. So we'll go forward. I don't have any comments from the chair tonight. So John, I'll go to you for the town manager update.
Thank you. Just an update as it relates to operations in town hall. A few weeks ago, I reported that due to the Omicron surge, we were having some staffing issues. Those have resolved a little bit. We're in a better place than we were a few weeks ago. And I hope that's a sign of how everyone else is doing. But we're continuing to monitor and encourage everyone to sign up through the Postal Service for their 4 free tests. And we're also looking at a regional collaboration to acquire some more as well. So that's all, and there's plenty of other things to talk about later in the agenda. So thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone have a member minute? Jim, your hand becomes fuzzy, Jim.
Oh, yeah. Okay, here, it's not fuzzy there.
Anyway, please.
Anyway, so I'm sure there'll be a formal Acton announcement about this with all the details, but I just wanted people to know that the fixed route bus, the CAT bus, is going back into operation. Its route has adjusted for those of you who perhaps weren't taking the CAT bus because it never got all the way down to Trader Joe's. That will now be a stop on the fixed route.
Excellent. Thank you. Any other members have a member minute? Himogen.
Very briefly, just wanted to tell everyone to be safe, and also to just, take this time to give a nod to our Jewish community, and to say that, here in Acton, we should be embracing all of our diversity, and the horrific incident that happened, should never have happened at the synagogue. We respect and embrace all our members, and should do so. So just wanted to give a nod and, just say, that should have never happened. And here as a community in Acton, we should be supporting one another through this difficult time. So just wanted to say that.
Thank you. Okay, we'll jump into the first agenda item, which is to discuss the request for tenant advocate position. So in my mind, putting this on the agenda was to see if members were on the same page for how we wanted to proceed on this, not necessarily to make a decision on this. I have some comments to make, but I'll open it up to others first for any comments members would like to make. And at the end of the discussion, we'll allow public participation. Dean.
Thank you. I have to say that I'm looking at this proposal, as I understand it, with a great deal of skepticism. And I think the premise seems to be that all landlords are somehow evil people, and that the town should be taking up arms against them. And I don't think that's the situation at all. And I've never seen a situation where there's been an involvement of the town to go after, target a specific segment of the population, commercial or not, for some sort of specific treatment. I think this is very short-sighted. I think there are some resources available, and there are certainly some opportunities that the town manager has laid out for some assistance, but I think it's totally overblown to look at hiring a full-time person and getting involved in legal action. I think it's best in all situations for the town to avoid getting involved in civil matters between two individuals. I can't understand any justification for that at all. So I think, at least as far as this sort of a solution that's being talked about, with hiring a full-time employee and hiring a law firm, or coming up with a sum of money, however we're going to do that, to provide legal assistance to one segment of the population and to deny it to another segment of the population. I just think that's wrong. What's more, you look at the situation with a lot of the rental units that are available now are actually investor-owned condominiums. So if somebody's got two or three condominiums they rent out, and they make some revenue, and hopefully they act as responsible landlords. When you get in a situation where the town suddenly demonizes these people and goes after them and hires an employee basically to badger these landlords, which is what we're really talking about, I think it won't take very long before those landlords, and many of them are small investors, will just decide it's not worthwhile doing this. And they'll end up selling those units. So then what happens is those rental units go off the market. So you're actually going to reduce the number of rental units available through this action. So I'm certainly willing to listen, but I'd say from everything that I've heard and from the kind of information that's been produced so far, I just don't think that this is a situation the town should get involved in any way. Thank you.
Thank you. Others? Jim?
Well, I'm just trying to figure out how to respond to what Dean just said. I think we understand that that renters face certain kinds of structural disadvantages because not that the landlords or the management agencies are evil people, but that they just hold more of the cards in these situations. And we already offer support, for example, to veterans, to seniors, to people with disabilities, and those that have financial means. And to me, renters are another group that actually overlaps a lot with those other groups. That it would be perfectly in line with the kind of things we try to do as a town, as a board, to support renters. So think of this as supporting renters rather than as somehow demonizing the people they're working with. That may make this more understandable. I'm glad, David, that you've discussed this as sort of preliminary conversation, because I think there's reading through the town manager's report, there's a lot of moving parts here. So I'm glad we can take the time tonight to hear from ourselves and from the advocates, and then we'll have more time later. I did come up with a few points of possible agreement, and I wonder if I could possibly share my screen to sort of show them written out.
Sure, please go ahead.
Okay. Let's see if that works. Okay. So the first point of possible agreement is that the board wants to improve the town's ability to support the needs and rights of renters in Acton. And I know there's been a lot of discussion about how to do this, but before settling the how questions.
Jim, could I just ask you a question? Would this
Sure.
be appropriate to do after other members have made comments?
Sure.
Because I think we'll, and then you'll be able to adjust what areas you dwell on, because you will have heard from everybody else and will have heard who's in favor or not in favor of what. I think right now, if you want to give your opinion, that would be good. And then maybe we can start with your document to figure out the points of potential agreement.
Perfect. So just to summarize, in case people want to have responses to it, the point is, one is to, have the town manager go back and research. I think this makes a lot of sense, to come back with a research plan about how renters can access better services, and that we would be open to, however that gets, funded or done or staffed. And finally, that I think what would be important is that we do something right away. The managers described a bunch of ways that we already support renters. I think what would tie that together and allow that what the current services to be more easily accessible would be to have a publicized phone number, an email address, put that on a web page that's findable, publicize it through the ways that the town normally does, and and then maybe just gets done in the same way that we have our human services hotline, that staff members just know, oh look, this person has a health issue, so we're going to have a board of health, have a health department person call them back. I think that's something we could do right away that would improve the access for renters to services. So yeah, I'll happily stop sharing this and listen in and come back to it later.
Yeah, if it seems appropriate, we'll come back to you at the end to that. Imogen, I think you had your hand up.
Thank you. I'm really interested and excited to hear from our advocates today. These are residents of our community who have taken so much of their time and energy to putting this presentation for us. So I'm really excited to hear what they say. From the initial materials that we were given, it was very clear that this renter advocate position is needed and is not going to be an adversarial, and it wasn't designed to be an adversarial position because it's really designed to help mediate. So, for example, instead of issues escalating to the point where, people may need to call legal services, they're able to potentially have someone that can help them mediate complex situations before they get to the point where, legal action may have to be taken, for example. So it almost seems to me that this position is necessary not only just for connecting people to the myriad of resources that are available, but may be really hard to navigate in the town and otherwise at the state level, et cetera, but also making sure that renters are given a voice and are given are shown value as they should be in this town. So I think that it'll be very interesting to hear what they say, but I'm really excited for their presentation, and honestly just really want to applaud them for the grassroots movement that they've really helped to start in this town to really raise these important issues.
Thank you. Fran, did you want to make a comment?
I'll just quickly add, I don't have a whole lot to add that wasn't said already, but I would be in favor of this as well. I think as we come out of COVID, I know that there has been rental assistance during COVID. I know that a lot of that is drying up. I think there are a lot of residents in town who do need help. I think this would be a natural progression for renters which are residents to have a voice. So I would be in favor to have John explore what this would look like and how it would get funded.
Thank you. For me, I have a couple minutes of remarks here. I've done a lot of research about this, and I know people who are tenant advocates. I'm sympathetic with the needs of tenants. The situation is very one-sided. Landlords or their representatives deal with many tenants. It's their area of expertise. Tenants deal with just one landlord. Leases are written to benefit the landlord. But in this case, and where we are right now, there are too many unknowns. No analysis has been done to determine the level of effort required. We don't know if it's multiple FTEs or a fraction of an FTE. Some residents are saying we need full time because of an initial surge, but we shouldn't hire a permanent position based on a surge. We need information on which to base the decision. Some residents are saying that a tenant advocate would also need a legal budget, but there's no analysis about how much of a budget that would be. We can't establish a position without knowing what resource it'll need and how much it'll cost. We don't know exactly what a tenant advocate position could do under Massachusetts law. A tenant advocate could surely explain to a tenant or about their lease, or tell them the steps that they should take. But unless they were an attorney, they would not be able to represent the tenant with the landlord or advocate on behalf of the tenant. I really want to emphasize this point, that certainly without an enabling bylaw, or and maybe not at all, a tenant advocate would not be able to talk to the landlord on behalf of a tenant. We need to find out the limits of what Massachusetts law allows. We don't also know if we need an enabling bylaw to establish some framework of rights for tenants before we could enforce those rights. We just don't know at this point. We've not assessed the potential problems of making this position part of town government. For example, how the privacy needs of tenants relate to public records laws. I want to make it clear that in many communities, and again, I know people who do this, municipalities, this is not just Massachusetts, municipalities contract to a nonprofit to solve some of these problems, right? Because it's difficult to do in town government. We've not considered these alternatives like contracting to a nonprofit, right? So we need some analysis there. We've not made done any kind of comparison with what other Massachusetts municipalities do. For example, Bedford and Somerville have very different programs, which I've taken a cursory look at. But I don't know exactly how each of them got established and the pros and cons of one versus another. Somerville certainly has many, many more renters. Bedford may be closer to us both physically and size-wise. But we need to take a look at that and find out, lessons learned. When we create a new position, we're also implicitly saying that area is more important than other areas, right? Are we sure that this is the most important area in which we should be making social service investments, right? There are lots of areas which we can make social service investments, and we should make sure that we know that this is the one that we want to take ahead of other possible social service investments. In our goals for this year, we said that we should establish a social services committee. Perhaps we should do that, push on that more quickly, and get advice from that committee in addition to, doing other research. I would strongly support a town meeting article for a study, money for a study to help us understand some of these issues, but I could not support at this time hiring a tenant advocate, especially considering that people are insisting that we only consider a full-time position and not share this position with other social service, possible social service duties. So that's where I am on this. I just wanted to get through that, Jim, because you can tell me now from your document how much you think we have in common, right? I don't know, and I'm not disparaging your document in the least little bit. I didn't see it before this, and I don't know what it says. But this is exactly what I wanted to do in this discussion, is to try to see if we had a common, the five of us have a common, framework in which we can move forward on this. So maybe Jim, I'll ask you what you think and if you want to proceed with your document.
I'm happy to wait and hear from the advocates first, because I think that there's going to be a lot of. Well,
I think if we had a framework, it'll focus the comments of the advocates, right? Mm-hmm. I would rather see what page we're on. We've heard now for quite a few weeks other opinions, and I think we've all read all the emails, which have been extensive. There have been comments at the beginning of meetings, and I'm happy to hear them again. I'm happy to let people speak, but I'd like to see, if we have a framework that we'd like those comments to fit in, right? I don't know. If we don't, I'm just happy to take the comments and then we move on to do, I don't know. If we don't have a framework, we can't really take any action, right? I'm trying to discover if there is an action that we want to take, or we just want to hear from people and move on to the next agenda item, right? So,
well, I'm given that explanation, David. I'm happy to go over that. I think these points that I raised were compatible with at least 4 of us, and maybe 1 or 2 of them would also be compatible with where Dean's at. So I'd be happy to put them back up on the screen and explain them a little bit more if that would be helpful.
sure.
Okay. See if I got the right one here. Yeah. Okay. So the first possible point of agreement was that just simply that the board wants to improve the town's ability to support the needs and rights of renters in Acton, without saying anything about how and when. The next point was about how that some additional research is needed, and that so we would ask the town manager to come back. The timing here, I'm suggesting, is it come back before the next goal-setting meeting with a research plan on how renters can access better services, and that we'd be open to using any combination of ARPA funds, general funds, grant money, as he thinks best to do the research. And for the implementation that he might suggest, also, the same sources of money might be used. In terms of staffing, I was saying we were not going to direct him about whether it was going to be a new hire or reassigning and retraining of existing staff or obtaining services from existing or new agencies, but that, leave those questions for some research so that the manager can come back with some recommendations on, pros and cons and a recommendation on how to proceed. And I think this is the point where I want to apologize or acknowledge that, folks I've talked to on the Committee on Housing and Climate Change, I'm not able to feel okay about just saying, well, let's hire someone right now full time, because I think there's more than one way to improve services, as people have said. Point 3, so renters already have pressing needs. I think that's clear. Some can't wait for a large formal plan that's envisioned in point 2. So I thought one possible way to get started right away was to just simply direct the town manager to sort of decide on a phone number and an email address for renter support, sometime in the next 30 days. I don't think this takes long. Publicize that via the usual methods, and that the results of the renters contacting the town should be tracked to help us understand how well the system is working, what the size of the need is, what improvements are needed. So it's also a research tool as well. And a way to get this potentially working quickly is to use the same model as the town services hotline, or maybe even use the same number, if that makes sense to the manager and the staff. The town manager's memo already is a really good starting point for figuring out when renters who contact the town should get calls back from, the police department, the health department, the human services department, et cetera, because there's a whole lot of, different places that the managers outlined that renters can get help from. So those were the three things that I thought might be worth talking about as a friend. I'll stop sharing.
If I might add a fourth, which in theory we have already agreed on, and that's to establish a social services committee.
Mm-hmm.
Right. In theory, we agreed with at goal setting, and want to move forward with that. One of us could volunteer to draft a charge for such a committee, I'm here. I think are you typing?
Sorry. Yes. Also.
So for some reason, it's coming up through very strongly on your microphone.
Mm-hmm.
So one of our goals was to establish a social services committee. If one of us wants to draft a charge, we could come back here and discuss that at a future time. And the other thing, which is not explicitly listed here, or maybe it was because you talked about various money sources. So we might be able to either fund a study out of ARPA funds or fund a study out of budgetary monies. So we could talk about that. So it sounds like we Jim's presented some things here. Does any members want to make any additional comments before I start calling on members of the public to comment?
I'm happy to work on the charge, David.
Okay. And if you need help, I have examples, other things, Fran, that you could base that on.
Great.
Dean.
So I think there are some points that I can agree with Jim on with this. I think it's important that we really explore and really understand what kind of resources are available within the town and within the region and the state right now before we jump into hiring a new employee or bring somebody else on staff or contract. I think I agree with a lot of what the town manager came up with earlier or last week. Gave a pretty good framework. I think designating someone on staff that's going to be the point person to talk about this and to be able to respond when people come in with questions. I think that's important. So I can agree with Jim on that. I know that we did set a goal about a social services committee, and I think that's probably important to get going on that. So I think that I can certainly agree with Jim on at least a couple of these items. I still think that I'll agree with you, David, with the comments that you made about, what are the limits of what the town legally can do as far as providing legal representation for one segment of the community as opposed to another segment of the community. Certainly renters are an identifiable segment of the community, but there are other folks that might need legal services as well. So I think that's important that we tease that out. So I do think that I can agree with some of the items that Jim has raised.
Thank you. Okay. John.
I just wanted to point out the deliverables here in that memo that require immediate and extensive sort of planning and resource allocation, which I think are all good ideas, but they certainly weren't things that we were planning on doing in the next 30 days. And setting up a phone number and email is one thing, and we could do that in a day. But creating a tracking program and metrics and all the other things, in addition to doing a whole study prior to May on what we need to do without any resources, is challenging for us. So I understand the urgency of the situation, but I would encourage the board to look at the goals that have already been established to ensure that those we can complete all of those, or perhaps cancel some of those if necessary to make room for these new projects.
Okay. I'm going to start taking comments from members of the public. There are lots of people with their hands raised, so I'm going to limit comments to 2 minutes each here. Justin, please go ahead and call on people.
Okay, I'm going to start from the top here. Melissa Wingfield.
Melissa.
Can you
There
hear
you
me
go.
right now?
Yes,
Am I
yes.
on? Okay.
yes.
I just wanted to say that I support the tenant advocate position, but I was thinking how if it did get approved, that the tenant should work with their landlord first. And if there's no progress, then maybe the tenant, the landlord, and if there's a tenant advocate person, then all three could meet. So like I do support the position, but I just try to work out problems with the landlord first because the landlord might not even know there's a problem. The person might go directly to the tenant advocate. And for the immediate time period, like before anyone's hired, I agree with Jim about putting a phone number or an email address out there and see how many people use it, if it's just a good idea or not. So that was just what I had to say.
Thank you.
Yeah, I have Ruth Thatcher.
Thank you very much. I'm adding my voice to the many others who request that a tenant advocate be included in a future municipal budget. I do believe that a future study is needed to do this correctly. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Jennifer Barazis.
Thank you. I am a resident of Acton, and I have been a renter all my life. I have a PhD in social work, and I contacted the town for help around my needs with the landlord situation. It's not given assistance, and I also needed help with SMOC because they were unresponsive, and I was not given assistance to intervene with SMOC. I just want to emphasize this is an advocate position, not a lawyer. We feel it's full time because, as David has already suggested, a lot of people have already given voice to the problems that renters have in this community. Out of 26% of people in Acton are renters, and only 3% is affordable housing. We have prepared a renter advocate job description, which gives different duties that this person would do. We've also done research in the state and nationally about what the advocate looks like in different places and under different legal frameworks, and are happy to provide that research to you. We have a cost of $100,000 for the position.
1 minute left.
That is commensurate with the benefits for the town community service coordinator. And we previously submitted a lot of information because we have wanted to provide the information about what is happening with renters in the community. I'm an advantaged person with a PhD who contacted the town and did not get assistance. I went elsewhere. But other people do not have the advantages that I do, and clearly that there is a need in this community. I am doing this on behalf of the community because we are an important part. And I will just ask, where does the town of Acton want to put its energy? We are paying higher and higher rents for less, and also being asked to follow arbitrary rules that are not in our lease and live in conditions that are not sustainable. This is a health and mental health issue. And Kristen Spargo will also be giving comments on this in the prepared presentation that you received in your email. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We have someone named Matt. I believe they've spoken before.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, thank you for taking this time for comment. My name is Matthew Raney. I live in one of the bigger condo complexes out in Great Road in Acton. My wife and I bought our first place in January of 2020, but before that, we rented in the Middlesex County area. For us, renting prior to our purchase, we endured conditions that were absolutely abysmal. We were living in apartments that were in need of massive levels of repair, had mold issues, major safety concerns, and it peaked when there was an active fire and none of the fire alarms went off. For us, I actually lived these conditions firsthand, 10 minutes down Route 2. And I got to see these issues firsthand when I bought our condo here. Prior to our purchase, our condo was rented for 20 years. We had to fix major issues. We had rot, we had mold, we had major electrical issues, we had plumbing issues, we had structural issues. Luckily, we're able to repair them all, but the fixes that were previously done were not up to code.
1 minute left.
Yep, it had to be redone properly. The majority of the issues were found during the inspection and had an absolutely major impact on the property value. Living in my complex, a majority of the complexes around the area are not centrally managed. So I am here to push for at least a position, if not a market research, to figure out how Acton can maintain the excellence that is Acton, which is the reason why my wife and I chose to live here. I bide my time.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, please go ahead.
If Matt would be able to, or if someone would know Matt's last name for my notes, and if you could ask people as they comment to say at least what area they live in, so I can, for the notes, would be helpful.
Okay,
Do you want me to unmute him again, or do you want
Sure.
to go to?
sure, go
Okay.
ahead. And
Yeah.
so I think he said he lived on Great Road.
Yes, I live in Great Road condominiums, 392 Great Road. And my first name is Matthew, last name Ranney, Ranney.
And just to be clear for everyone too, I won't be calling on people twice, right? So if you've already spoken, you can put your hand down. There's already still a lot of people who would like to speak.
Next up would be Danny Factor. It says I need to promote him to panelist. Is that okay with you, David?
Yes, that's okay. And he has a computer that's not compatible.
Okay. He has been promoted.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. Can I ask just a pardon of about 20 seconds to put this onto phone speaker?
We can hear you fine, Danny.
Let me fine? Okay. Do interrupt me if you can't, because sometimes it
No,
it
we can
doesn't.
hear you just fine.
Great. Okay. Yeah, so I'm Danny Factor, 11 Davis Road. I want to thank the chair for putting this matter on tonight's agenda. As I've stated before, I'm a public interest attorney that lives in Acton. I represent a lot of vulnerable people in our region. Most of them are tenants. I think that what is being asked tonight, as far as putting this in the budget, is very reasonable and a necessary ask. Not that I don't appreciate it all, all the steps in the right direction, which the board is, I think, making so far, just in what's been proposed. But I think the idea of asking town meeting whether they want to move faster on this is a very reasonable ask. The idea being that we fund a position to serve a very large community made up of thousands of Acton residents. This is not a fringe community. It's people who pay their rent. They contribute to the town financially by contributing to our tax base. Mostly they contribute and are equals just in being human beings, and they deserve the same targeted services that a homeowner already receives in town, that a business owner already receives in town. With Acton town employees numbering over 100, not even including the schools, it really would be unfair if we didn't have at least one town employee that was there to specifically support these thousands of tenants in a tangible way. When tenants are a group of Actonians who often find themselves particularly powerless. If anyone saw the wonderful interview with our new economic development director, the first question she was asked by Acton.
So Danny, you've used up your time. You just have a few minutes. You just have a short remark left.
Yeah, I was expecting a 1 minute warning, so I do ask.
So
just,
I'll let you go a little bit longer.
Sure. She defined her role to support the businesses that exist in Acton. And we welcome our new economic development director. But to conclude, what I want to say is that tenants are Acton also. Tenants are Acton. Tenants are Acton strong, and they're not asking for anything different that other people in our community already receive. Lastly, I just want to say that all we're asking is not that this position be put into place tonight, but it be asked that town meeting have the chance to vote on it. And that's not too much of an ask. That said, we appreciate the steps that you're making in the right direction. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, we have call-in user number 1. Please let us know who you are and what area of town you live in.
Hi, this is Tara from West Acton. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, I'm in favor of the tenant advocate, and I believe that we use municipal power to enforce the rules, from police to fire to inspectors to permitting agencies. We're using municipal power to enforce lots of rules. I feel like I'd like the voters to get a chance to decide, and I encourage the group to prepare a citizen's petition on the matter if they don't get satisfaction from the officials tonight. Seniors, 25% of the population, you got a whole senior center. Schools, 25% of the population, 70% of the budget. It's time to represent people who can't represent themselves. We're not, again, talking about demonizing landlords. We're talking about helping vulnerable people at least get what they deserve, making sure that these landlords obey the rules. In fact, if small investors want to leave because we make them enforce, follow the rules, then go ahead. Then the units will be less expensive if they're all leaving. I would be very much in favor of getting somebody as soon as possible and encourage the voters to decide that. In the meantime, if you tomorrow, I think I heard something about tomorrow, email and phone number, and then we'll get some numbers because I think the numbers will help you understand how critical this is, how dire it is. And so I thank you very much for allowing me to speak on this matter. The state and private resources are totally inadequate. I've helped a lot of people around here by trying to get the resource, and it just doesn't happen. And it would be really helpful, even to just, like somebody said, to have somebody sit in a room and call the landlord to the table on these matters. Because again, the Board of Health enforces state rules. They don't have to have a special bylaw to have the Board of Health or the health officials show up to enforce code violations. Why not basic housing rights and with these leases and all kinds of terrible conditions that they're putting into these leases when people are trapped and have no place to go. So I really appreciate your time.
Time's up.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Dana Snydergren. Says I can't allow them to talk either, so I need to promote them.
That's fine. Go ahead, please, Dana.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I'm speaking in favor of the tenant advocate position or a study or something to move this forward. And I have 2 points to make, basically. First, a renter advocate, renters in suburbia often hold a marginalized status. And as a result, they don't have a voice in they're not able to voice their concerns as readily as homeowners. They may not hold financial or social power, and an advocate can empower tenants to give voice to their deserving needs. Concerns that we've heard include renters having to have their rents being raised annually, apartments in disrepair for months or maybe
1 minute.
years. 1 minute. Oh, my second point is that I'm a social worker who's assisted people who are marginalized in our society, and I've helped them value their voice. I'm also an individual who's lived with illness and disability for all my adult life. And I know what it's, I know that I'm familiar with that experience of being disrespected and dismissed because you're different. And that's not okay. And an advocate can value renters and can give voice to renters in a way that homeowners cannot. And I've seen Acton become a more inclusive town in the last few years, and it would be really nice if that could be forwarded for renters. And second, I do think the ARPA money that Acton is receiving is applicable to a tenant advocate position. We know that the pandemic has been
Time's up.
Can I finish the sentence?
Yes.
Disproportionately affected those with fewer resources, and tenants are in that category often. Thanks.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Rudy Jartu.
Hi, everyone. Are you hearing me?
Yes, please go ahead.
I'm so happy to be here this night. I'm Rudy Va. I live in Acton, 78 Parker Street. And I'm in support of tenant advocate to be included in the budget. We're not asking that or want to demonize our landlords, but I've come to realize one truth in life, that whenever you get absolute power to anybody or any group of people, they tend to abuse it. So advocacy will help to alleviate certain abuse from our landlords. We're not trying to demonize them, but we want some balance in everything, in every sphere of life. There should be check and balances. That's what we are advocating for. We are not saying that they are demons or we are going to demonize them.
1 minute.
But we just want everyone to have a say in Acton. That's to say that once we are tenant, we also have a say. It's not that we're going to be like, we don't have any say and we are paying certain amount of money every now and then, and we don't have any improvement in the building facilities, and the landlords are increasing the rent and there's no improvement. A few days ago, I went to my caretaker. I was complaining about my heater not being hot. He said, I will come, and since then he has not come. And we are in the winter season. And therefore, so I'm fully in support of that. That if we get this go through, there will be some check and balances in the system. And then they will know exactly where to write or to rewrite the wrongs. But if not, they will think they have absolute control, absolute rights. And no one should have.
Time's up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Kirsten Spargo.
Hello, good evening. My name's Kirsten Spargo. I live at Yankee Village. I'm a renter in town. I'm here to conclude the presentation that Jennifer Morazes started. Thinking about Acton's inclusivity and access, our systemically marginalized townspeople already face daily uphill struggles to maintain jobs, health, and family well-being to a greater degree than other of our more privileged neighbors. Add to this a burden of worrying about the safety and habitability of their homes, the place that should always be a source of comfort due to factors outside of the renter's control. Successfully dealing with landlord infractions should not be dependent on a renter's financial power, educational background, or primary language. Currently, we're not meeting residents' needs. Our support system should include an easily identifiable and accessible person who can explain our tenant rights to us, someone who has resources to identify solutions to our rental housing and our landlord issues.
1 minute.
What we've been thinking about is we've had renter feedback since December 2021. One really important quote that resonated with me was, I feel like manager can be condescending towards immigrants where he think not perfect English may be a sign of weakness. My last point brings me to why now? There's an urgency to this issue. This proposal has hit nerve among renters in a year when COVID has made things especially difficult. We can't have another year go by with more people losing their housing, having to go to hospital because of a fall in an unlit hallway or a slip on an icy walkway or due to stress-induced mental health crises. We shouldn't be dealing with unresponsive out-of-state management companies or any other issues alone. Our vision for Acton is a community of equity and access. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Next up is Stella Coe.
Hi, Stella Coe, 11 Guswood Road. I just want to say thank you so much for having this conversation. I really think it's very important to support our renting community because they are members of our community and they enrich our community. And I really hope that we can find a way to give renters access to the resources they need to address the pressing needs that many people have spoken about, and that they can thrive in our community because we serve many members of our community, and I hope that's part of who we are. Thanks. Bye.
Thank you.
Next up is Virginia Loftus.
I'm
So Virginia, I think you have to, there you go.
sorry?
Yeah, you're good now. Go ahead, please.
Okay. I'm Virginia Loftus. I've lived in Acton for 25 years and rented all that time. I am a senior and disabled person living at Windsor Green. And I want very much to encourage people to think very hard about this, especially Dean Charter, who has used incendiary words in order to promote a certain position. And I don't feel that that is necessarily appropriate as a board person. It is not an incendiary position at all. There's no such thing as a demonized any person. This is not the flavor of this town. This is not the intelligence nor the reputation of this town. It's a very proud and well-run town, and so that needs to be kept in mind when we're speaking. This is a person, the advocate would be an ambassador, a liaison, and someone who would work with people, not against people. And the whole concept of renters being represented, they pay taxes through their rent. And this is a federally subsidized program. The town does not pay a penny. It is all federal funds that will support this. And as it stands now, the town is stretched beyond the boiling point. And we need to have someone, when Acton is the largest zoned rental community in the western suburbs. And so it's extremely important that there be representation that is egalitarian for everyone. I agree with Franny on this lack of being able to know who is present at this meeting. That is abominable, that we cannot know.
Time's up.
What?
Time's up.
No.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Franny is next. Franny Osmond.
Hi, I'm going to be very quick because I've heard so many people being eloquent on this topic. I feel like we've been, sorry, my bird clock is ringing. We have been improved by the presence of the Committee on Action on Housing and Climate, by the involvement of many more renters in the work of our town. And I feel like we're improving. And I think that having support, in addition to the social service coordinator and all the other social services that are available, they're stretched thin. It can't hurt. And having the voices and the participation of renters and the support of renters it just feels very right to me. We are a very owner-centered town. We tend to focus on them, and I've heard
1 minute.
say, I didn't even know I could be on a committee. And true, if a renter was familiar with our civics, they would know that. So anyway, I just wanted to express the support of this idea with whatever steps you take toward it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, I think it's Mary Kyle Kakunda.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Yes, Mary Chalikunda. I have lived in Acton for the last 12 years. I have rented at Coach Estates, and I am one of the examples of people who have really experienced the bad care of landlords. I want to tell Dean, I don't know who he is, I don't know what he does, that the renters advocate we are looking for is to represent the voice, to be the voice of the voiceless. And if you tell us that if we bring a rented advocate to represent us, that the landlords will lose market, that one is being mean to us, because when somebody cries, you know why he's crying. We are not telling you because we want to penalize the landlords, but we want to be treated fair, because the little money we pay, it's not little to us, it's too much. We need to live in a decent way. Thank you so much, but all the same, I wish we got a renters advocate to be the voice of the voiceless, because we are immigrants. Most of us are elderly, immigrants, disabled people. We are very important because we pay rent. We need to be taken care of. Thank you so much. God bless you.
Thank you.
Next up is Madeline Cruz.
Good evening, Madeline Cruz from Yankee Village. I want to say, saying that something is short-sighted because you are not living through a particular situation is the utmost ignorant comment one can make. It is basically slapping a person like me who has had clear, visible proof of the poor treatment through my landlord. It should not matter if it's a private entity or not. Discrimination and bigotry still exists, and people like me still need support. I give my vote so my voice is heard. I can't repeat everything that everybody said because basically the words have fallen right out of their mouths, and I support this. It is so important for people like me. I mean, I made my story public on October 18th, and though some changes have happened, and I've gotten so much support from so many incredible people, it is not enough. And I am still in an apartment that puts us at risk every single day. My carpets are still here. I still have a small stove. So much. I mean, I'm still getting emails that I shouldn't be getting emails from. It's quite frankly disgusting, and it's slapping me in the face over and over again, and it is unacceptable and it's so unfair. And I can't emphasize the importance of, you want to do your study, go ahead, do your study. But bottom line is, people like me deserve to have our voices heard without getting slapped in the face. And it's unacceptable. And we need help. I need help. And we deserve it. I've worked in this community and given my best. So having my voice, trying to have my voice silent by using words like I'm not demonizing anybody. I'm speaking truth. And if that's how
time's up, Madeline. Sorry.
You.
Thank you.
Next up is Nancy Corcoran.
Okay, if everybody can hear me, I have no idea whether or not we need this position immediately. I think we do have to do a study, and I think that most of what the people this evening have spoken to is really excellent, and they do have research. They've been working on that for a little bit, but I went on today and I found out from 18 surrounding towns that there is not a tenant advocate. I am very, very happy with the resources that provide support, and I thought we were looking for putting in a social worker position, and there are a lot of things. The difference, I think, or what the need is publicity. We need to publicize whether we do a mailing to
One minute.
Okay, whether we do a mailing to people who are renters to let them know what our resources are that they can access if they have an issue. But at the present time, I think the town is hard pressed to finance this position. I think we need to do far more research on how it will function, what the needs are, et cetera, et cetera. And so I speak for quite a few people when I say this. There is a group who feels it's premature, and we're fearful that this brouhaha that's going on right now may affect the construction of the low-income housing on Route 62 between Concord and Maynard. And that will be a significant amount of apartments for the town of all income levels.
Time's up. Thank you.
Sarah Coletti?
This is actually Michael Bialis. I'm just using Sarah's computer at 80 Willow Street in Acton. Just a few things. I think it's important to have a position so that well publicized, so that tenants know that they're not alone and that they can go to somebody to find out the things they know. Most people are not sophisticated in leases and tenant relationships and all those sorts of things. I've been a renter significant part of my life. My father was a small-time landlord. I know there are excellent landlords and bad landlords. There are excellent tenants and there are bad tenants. I think in terms of the appearance of demonizing landlords, that's not the point of this. But some people will be able to claim that because what you will get will be complaints about the bad landlords. You will get complaints by bad tenants about good landlords. That will happen also. But most of the complaints will probably be about people who are not living up to their responsibilities. And I also think the landlords will be more likely to fulfill their responsibilities if they know that there is more likely to be somebody knowledgeable interacting with them if they're not living up to their responsibilities. Because like tenants who don't have enough money, sometimes landlords feel like they're on tight budgets and are a little loath to keep things up to snuff. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So those are all the public comments. Any reaction from members of the board? Himija? Then Fran.
Thank you. So just wanted to say, and to just make it clear, just thank you to everyone who spoke today. It takes an incredible amount of bravery as a renter to come here and to share why you believe that we should advocate for renters. And just want to make it clear that renters are a part of our town. They are an integral part of our town. You are valued members of our community. You deserve to be treated as such. And we apologize if there was anything that we did that wasn't on par with that. You are integral members of our community. To be brief, I think that it would be good to be responsive with the comments that were shared. So first and foremost, Jim, I really appreciated you talking about potentially setting up a number, a hotline. Let's set up an email. Let's try to be reactive, I guess, in this situation to try to answer people's questions and concerns as soon as possible, especially given that a lot of need is now. COVID-19 has definitely made a lot of situations more difficult, especially for our renters. So I loved that idea. I think that it's a good idea, and that's something that we can do now. In terms of what we should be doing and thinking long term and thinking sustainably, what is the best situation? I love the idea of setting up the committee. And Fran, thank you so much for agreeing to potentially write up a charter and see if we can get that approved. Because I think that can potentially set the stages for doing the study. That, I fully agree that, the committee and a lot of members who have spoken today have done a lot of background work. Just the fact that we were able to get so many renters here today just speaks to the grassroots advocacy of what's already happened. I think that having a study will just further enhance that and will really solidify the point that we do need to be allocating town resources, financial town resources, staff resources, etc., to this. Finding out what method and what structure of that would be best, I think would also probably fall into the work of the committee. And it would be interesting to hear their report. I don't know if we would be able to hear a report by town meeting, if that's even possible. I'm thinking kind of about the structure that DEI set up. I think that that's a good structure that we could potentially use for this. But yeah, those were my initial thoughts. I think that we do need to potentially have some actions today. And really be responsive to the urgent needs that people have. And then, sorry, one other thing in terms of things that we can do today. I think that we've already started some discussion around seeing where we are with our rental assistance, potentially extending that. I think that that's a conversation that hopefully we can have today. But those are just some ideas. But yeah, just wanted to thank everyone who spoke today. We really appreciate it.
Thank you. Just so people know, I won't be taking any more comments on this issue. So please put your hands down. Thank you. Fran, go ahead, please.
I want to thank, the people who attended tonight's meeting and spoke. That was awesome. My question might be for the sidelines, but I'm just curious. Is it I guess protocol for a study to be done? I mean, I don't know that we really did a study to figure out we needed a DEIC or even a sustainability director, or I just wondered if that is the first step when there's urgent need.
So there's studies that we did studies for both of those positions, right?
Oh, really? Yeah.
And so and the one for the DEI officer is going on now.
Okay.
And was as recommended by the DEIC. Were you done with your comments? I don't want to interrupt you.
I just was fearful that I don't think a committee can be, appear before town meeting, right?
No, I not normally present to town meeting. A committee, an advisory committee would present to this board, and then we take actions if we thought it was appropriate based on the recommendations from an advisory committee.
I think I'm done with my thought process. Sorry. Yeah.
So I just want to say that, I also appreciate everybody's comments, and I understand that this is important, but I also want to be really clear that if we just hired someone, they would not be able to do what everybody wants them to do. They would not be able to mediate. They would not be able to be the go-between. They would not be able to talk to a landlord. They wouldn't be able to do any of that. We need to figure that out. And so this issue, I mean, kudos to Jennifer Mrazis who brought this up, I'm not sure exactly, a couple of months ago. But it takes longer than a couple of months, right? We need to figure out the legal structure. We need to figure out the monies for this. If we try to do something, to reassign people we have, as one of my comments that I was saying is that, there are other social service needs. We're not going to take away people who are working on other social service stuff to apply them here, right? We need to figure that out, and we need to go in, smartly, not. I would like to do something here, but we need to figure out what we can do, and what we should do, and it's going to involve some work to figure that out. Just as an example, I spoke with a guy this week who is a tenant advocate, and he is not allowed to go into the room with the landlord. And he is first of all, he is contracted to avoid some of the problems for having a person in government. Again, as I mentioned, we need to figure out privacy needs versus public records. How do we do that, right? That by just saying we're going to hire someone, that doesn't solve that problem. We need to figure that out. This guy is contracted to by a city, and he can coach people. He even goes to court with people, but he can't go in. Out in the hall outside, he'll remind them what they have to ask when they go into court when they're about to be evicted, right? But he can't go in and talk to the landlord or appear in front of the judge or anything. He's not an attorney, right? And so that's just one example, right? And I'm not claiming to know all the rules. I have done a lot of inquiry over the past weeks into this, and it's complicated, right? I don't deny the need, but we're just not going to be able to solve it in a few weeks. I do think that there are, the town manager, and John, I'll let you speak in just a minute. The town manager in his memo outlined a number of things that we could do short order. One of the biggest things is to make sure we can put people in touch with the health department, right? When people mention things to me, and in my talking with people over the last few weeks, their complaints fall into two different categories. I'll call them, like lease complaints, right? With they have some legal misunderstanding or whatever with the landlord, or health and safety complaints. And we can deal with the health and safety complaints. I think we have staff to do that. We understand the laws to do that, right? And so we might need to inform people so that they know, but we can deal with that. John, do you have comments?
I just didn't know whether you wanted me to go into some of the points that were in the memo that was in the packet, because maybe most people hadn't seen it, or if you think people have seen it.
Sure, please go ahead.
So, this is something that, and I, to be honest, if I would have a position for everything in the world if we could, but to me, it's a matter of resources and priorities, and we work every year on an annual budgeting process that the select board does goal setting, and all of our departments work very hard to try to address all the needs identified in the select board goals in the budget that we bring forward to the boards and to the finance committee and ultimately town meeting. And it's an annual process. So the board does goal setting every year, usually in late spring, early summer. And so we're not far away from that. But with regards to this position, an idea, I think it's an interesting idea. The legal challenges that the chair mentioned, I certainly would want to dive into much deeper. But we have several resources in town that people may not know of. A few weeks ago, someone mentioned cockroaches in their hallway. That's something that the Board of Health can help with right away. And I hope that person called the Board of Health afterwards, because that's what they're there for, to help with code issues like that. But we also have people like the Community Resources Coordinator, council on aging outreach worker, our veterans officer, our family services detective at the police department, town manager's office staff and transportation, the planning office staff. We all work tirelessly, and we're in this business because we like to help people. So no matter what the position is across the organization, if someone needs help, we're all here to help them. And whether or not we have someone named tenant advocate or not, we're there to help tenants and people that need assistance. So please don't hesitate to reach out to me or to any one of us. But we, in addition to that, we have some organizational groups like the ACHC, who helps with affordable housing and investments in rental properties. Our housing authority has a tenant advocate on staff for the hundreds of housing authority units in town. We have interdepartmental teams that work together to address issues as they come up. We have a hoarding task force, which meets on a regular basis to address needs of tenants in different apartments that are exhibiting hoarding behaviors or just need help with things that they're struggling with. And we have been working on that very recently with successful outcome. So we encourage people to reach out to us. The hotline, people do call the hotline and they do get connected to us. So if you're out there and you need someone to call, you can call it 978-929-6600. We can put that on the website again also. But there's really good things that we can look at, really good models in other communities. And I think there's opportunities for the nonprofit sector. The group that's here tonight appears to be very well organized, which is very exciting. And it seems like there's maybe space in the community itself for some type of nonprofit organization to be either be added onto from an existing one or to be created to really help create a resource out there to fill a need that local government may not necessarily be able to fill. As I mentioned, we're all here to help, but there's only so much that we can do within the statutory and legal framework that we're allowed to operate within. So I really think that before someone's hired into the organization, we should spend a lot of time and understand exactly what they'd be doing and with whom, and how all the other people I mentioned will help interact and have a successful outcome for people. But it's not something that I think we need to rush into. And I hope that there's interest in studying this and really understanding how I can assist the board and others do that.
Jim.
Thanks, John. That was really helpful. So one of the things that I heard a lot of support about, both on the board and among the callers, was this idea of publicizing, the information that we already have, the resources that we already have. And I just heard John encourage people to call the 929-6600 number if they have concerns. John's concern that he raised about this idea before was that I thought it would make sense as a research thing to keep track of, what sort of how many tenants have called, were their concerns resolved satisfactorily, what sort of concerns do they have. So I think between now and the next meeting, it might behoove us to have a conversation. Either John you might suggest some things that might get prioritized after that, if we asked you to work on this quickly, or think about ways that this could be done in a reasonable amount of time without sacrificing other stuff that you're already working on. The other idea that I heard related to this from the audience was, once we have that information in place, the phone number, email address, and a way of tracking it, a mailed information to tenants would also be really awesome too. So that was one thing. And then in terms of the study, you also had a similar concern, John, which was, you already have a big set of goals that, we've put on your shoulders, and we're approaching town meeting. So there's a lot to do. So if there are, ideas that you can think about and develop between now and the next meeting about what would make it reasonable for you to be able to have some staff time focusing on this in the next period of time, that would be great to know too. Because I agree, I don't want to be handing you work from the board that doesn't fit in the capacity that you have. So if you have any thoughts either now or at the next meeting about how to adjust the capacity, that would be great. And I guess finally, I just wanted to say, the people that are on the phone, I just want them to, if they don't, I think people got this, but just in case they didn't get it, it's the journey from a few months ago to now is just remarkable and really heartwarming that because of your work, we're talking about this now. We wouldn't be doing that if you hadn't put in the work, and just really appreciate the work of the committee. Thanks.
Fran.
Just to quickly add in the vein of publicizing, and is there anything on the town website directly for renters? Is that an easy way to get some information out? Is that an easy thing to do, or I have no idea?
So, we try to do things thoughtfully. And I mentioned earlier that we could throw up an email address. But, we could do that, I think. And certainly our website isn't hard to change. It's just a matter of programming and having an organizational structure to support whatever we're publishing. So we can better publicize what we're doing right now. And I think that's a good goal. And I've already talked to some folks about doing that. But I don't know about creating a whole new renter thing until we have more structure behind it, because we don't want to create expectations that aren't there.
Got it.
How do we want to proceed? Do you want us to, I could talk with the town manager offline, and we could try to bring something back in the next meeting or the meeting after that. I'm hearing two things. How to leverage what we have now or publicize what we have now, and then how to study how to move forward. Okay. Imogen.
Yeah, I think so. And also, just to kind of throw an additional thing, I think that we should also try to see whether this is via ARPA funds or whether this will be put into our town budget, but extending renter assistance. And just also want to note that, yes, publicizing information is really important, but one of the things that we did hear during this call was that there are resources. People have tried using those resources and they weren't able to get responses. And so as part of the study, really understanding the gaps that people are legitimately facing, the resources that people tried to access but weren't able to. And so that'll be an important part of the study. But that I think that will be part of kind of what we put forth as potentially the charter for this committee.
Thank you. And yes, in addition to those two things, as far as the committee, we'll work towards bringing up a draft charge for our social services committee. Okay, we ready to move on to the next item? I think I'd like to just take the two sewer commissioners' business items in the opposite order. So I'd like to do 4B first. Because unless, John, you know that the people for 4A are definitely here. I know that they were going to be late, which is why I was taking them in other order.
I believe they were going to be here at 8, so they should be here now.
Okay, so we'll do 4A and do them in the right order.
Okay.
So while they're being admitted, let me just give a little background, and you might want to promote town council as well, just so she's available here. So, what I'd like to do here is let the applicant speak, and then we can let our town council speak And then we can discuss the situation. Before we start that, John, did you want to say anything to open, or are we ready just to go right to the?
No, just that I think this was a request that was discussed last week, and it was actually discussed a few months ago, and again at our most recent meeting. And there was some concerns and questions about whether or not the applicant and where the property is located, whether it was appropriate for them to connect. And I think the applicant is here to describe what's being proposed here. And I believe both Attorney Mark Bobrowski and applicant Mark Gallagher are here. Yes.
Hello.
Good evening.
Mr. Bobrowski, are you going to be speaking to us tonight?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, with your permission. Can I
Yes,
share the
please.
screen if it's possible?
Yes, please go ahead.
Can you see that?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you again. Mark Bobrowski, my office is in Damon Mill in Concord. I represent Seal Harbor LLC with regard to this matter. Just a quick overview. I'm sure you're familiar with it, but perhaps others are not. This is the request of Seal Harbor to connect property located at 74 Main Street and 5 Fletcher Court. Mr. Gallagher, the manager of Seal Harbor, proposes to connect 8 units in a subdivision to the sewer. There is both coverage in the sewer service area for the lots that front on Main Street, and then the back, which is contiguous, is not within the sewer service area. So a brief history of this location with regard to Acton's sewer planning. This is the site. If you can follow my cursor right here, you can see I've put it squarely on that piece of property shaped like a C. But you'll note that the property in front of it is exactly on Main Street. That would be 74 Main Street, and that's within what was in 2004 in the Comprehensive Wastewater Management Plan identified as, I'll be precise here and use their words. This is an area where IA systems where needed. So the black areas on this map, sewer cluster service areas, literally evolved, if you will, into the 2016 sewer service area map. I can turn that. This is the 2016 version of the sewer map, and I've turned it the wrong way, sorry. Again, this locus is down here off of Main Street, and it would be at this location here. This lines up exactly with the old 2004 plan. This nose, if you will, is the side of the parcel that is outside the SSA, but it is contiguous to property within the SSA. And then lastly, to hone in on the actual project site, here you have the front parcel, which is located on Main Street, which is in the SSA, and the back parcel outside. So Mr. Gallagher proposes to connect this lot 1, and then there are 7 units in the back. There will be laterals, if you will, placed into Main Street sewer connection, and then distributed throughout the streets to be created in the subdivision. So it's an interesting history in that although there is a sewer service area map in Acton, there doesn't seem to be a direct regulatory connection, nexus between the ability to connect to the sewer and the requirement of being located in an SSA. As I've explained to town council, many years ago I was active on behalf of the town of Franklin, and as the fastest growing community in New England, they determined that their future as owner of Charles River Pollution Control Facility, 80% owner, depended upon them getting a grip on further expansion of the single-family homes that were dotting the area back around 1990. So we did exactly that. We created a sewer service area map. We basically said, you're either in the map or you're not. If you're not in the map, you have to change the map in order to get a sewer connection. There was a process identified for that. We got sued. We won the lawsuit. And so that's essentially how Franklin paved the way for its future. There's not as much of that infrastructure in your setup. You do have an SSA map, but as I said, there isn't any direct requirement that you be in a sewer service area in the regulations that you've published as the Board of Sewer Commissioners. So we looked at a number of different sites around town that have been connected despite the fact that they're not in the SSA. I talked about these with town council. She reminded me that they are unique unto themselves, and I'm not debating that. But just for the record, here's what we found. There's a project at 4 High Street that was connected in 2009. This is at the feed granary mill, whatever you want to call it, at the end of High Street as it comes onto Route 27. In 2016-17, at the Plaza, 313 Mass Ave, Dunkin' Donuts and adjacent land were added to the sewer service area. In 2016, the Acton Ford dealership at the end of High Street, which was not in the sewer service area and is still not in the sewer service area, was added to the sewer. Powder Mill Plaza was added to the sewer service area or to the sewer connection list in 2016. There was some mitigation that you negotiated with the plaza, and that was a new pump station as part of the approval, and then it was added to the SSA. And then lastly, although this list should not be taken as exclusive, these were the ones we were able to find within the last 10 days. And the records, I'm told, are not that good when you go back to the days of the Board of Health running the show. At 212 Powder Mill Road, your new 40B project, that's a project with, I think, 250 plus or minus units. Those were not in the sewer service area. Understanding it's a 40B, different game. So what it suggested to us is that we have the ability to at least ask you for a sewer connection for the 7 units outside the sewer service area. There is a track record, and I appreciate that, of mitigation. And what we've proposed is that we discussed extensively whether or not your staff has organized a program to eliminate inflow and infiltration. This generally is a way where a developer can suggest that there will be no net increase in flow to the system, no loss of capacity, to look at it from your perspective, because this project will put in less than 4,000 gallons per day Title V flow, and that's probably more than actual flow. But we would offer the commission $25,000 towards I&I reduction or any other reasonable purpose that you see fit to use it. But many communities I work in have programs where developers can promote I&I reduction, inflow and infiltration reduction, find the cracks in the pipes, go out and do the work themselves if it's easy enough. We call it the low-hanging fruit of this kind of endeavor. And if it's beyond that, and it is in many places, in Saugus and Winchester, where I do a lot of work, you can't just go out and dig it up. You've got to pay into a fund, and the municipality does the work itself. And that's what we would offer to do with you. We would give you $25,000. You can use it for reduction of I&I, or you can use it for any other worthwhile purpose that you deem fit. That's essentially the presentation.
Thank you very, very much. Before we ask town council to tell us what the boundaries of what we should do or not do, are there any questions for Mr. Bobrowski? Jim.
The original CWRMP map that you showed first had this area as needing IA systems. That's innovative and alternative, that sort of non-sewer, non-septic systems, or what? I've lost a little bit of track of what IA means.
Well, I think when I line up this map with your 2016 sewer service area map, they're virtually the same. So I think this was basically a map identifying areas that needed to be sewered. I don't know what the criteria were. In Franklin, when we did our study as a precursor to the regulation, what we learned was that the areas that were not building out were the areas over poor soils, and they were also the areas where the developers were putting the most pressure to blow laterals in that would make buildable these areas that weren't buildable before. So we were trying to get a handle on that. I would suspect that this is probably pretty much the same story. If it was easy, they did it already. And if it wasn't, they're going to try to do it next.
Thanks.
I just have one very quick question. I've noticed that you're using 550 gallons per day as your flow estimate per house. We usually use 440 gallons per day. And I'm just wondering why you chose 550. Is there a reason that you expect these houses to have more flow than our standard?
But perhaps Mr. Gallagher can answer that. For 440 would be 110 gallons per bedroom per day for a four bedroom house. So, Mark, can you chime in here?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I believe that the reason that we use the 550 versus 440 was the majority of these houses will be 4 beds and a den or library, if you will. And in most of our instances, our buyers have mom and dad come and stay with them, and they generally have them stay in that area. So instead of trying to, be falsified about what we're trying to do up front, in all of our homes, we now carry 550 gallons as our flow. Our homes in Acton.
Thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
Himajia.
This is a clarification question, but you mentioned ionization reduction. I'm not familiar with the term. I was wondering if you could explain it.
Sure. Probably the easiest way to explain it is when I was serving as the zoning board of appeals lawyer in the town of Merrimack. Toll Brothers came in with a 40B proposal, big one, 400 units. And there was some debate in town about whether the existing system could handle the flow, until Toll Brothers went out and found out that Lake Attitash was adding 50,000 gallons a day of inflow and infiltration to the pipe, which was cracked at that location, and the water was just literally pouring in. So it's generally representative of cracks in the pipes that allow for water to get into the system, especially after weather events. And then it goes to the sewage treatment plant with the rest of the wastewater, and capacity is being used to treat stormwater, which is inappropriate. Most municipalities that have an older system than yours, I'm told yours is only about 20 years old, have done the camera work that would identify these locations, and then they've sent out crews to do the work to fix the pipes. That's the easy part is at the beginning, because the leaks are big and the cameras finds them easily. Later, the inflow and infiltration reduction becomes more concentrated and hard pressed. So, but we think you're still at the relatively beginning of the process.
So, just so you know, that's what we allocated ARPA money for the North Acton treatment facility at Nagog, was to reduce their I&I.
That's helpful.
Any other comments before I ask the town council? Okay, Nina, if you please can tell us what we can or should do.
Good evening. Nice to see you all. I will just kind of briefly go over, hopefully the board may have received earlier today the write-up from our office setting this forth a bit, but I can give you the crib notes of that. You basically have 2 considerations or 2 issues when you're thinking about whether a development that is in or out of the district can connect to the sewer district. Those 2 criteria are basically essentially the capacity of the system and the location of the property. With respect to the capacity of the system, the legal parameters of your considerations are essentially, if you have capacity in the system, you cannot reject a request for a sewer connection on the basis of anticipated future development or future connections, right? So you can't say, we want project A, but not project B. So we are going to pick and choose the winners, essentially, as far as sewer connections go with respect to capacity. If you don't have capacity in the system for the project that is in front of you, that is absolutely a valid reason for denying a connection permit. After thinking about the capacity component of this, you would think about the location of this, right? Is this in the district or not in the district? If someone's in the district and paid a betterment, then they have the right to connect. This is a property that is quite literally on the line with respect to the location. There are arguments that the developer can and has made that the adjoining lots to 74 Main Street have the right to connect, given that it would be developed in concert with 74 Main Street. I don't think the developer at this point is pushing forward on that argument. Mark and I may disagree as far, perhaps not as far as that argument goes, but I think rather what they're saying is you have had other developments outside of the district that you have allowed to connect into the district on the basis of where there's adequate capacity, or if there's concerns about capacity paying mitigation fees. I believe, and Mark can correct me if I'm wrong, the argument or the pitch put forth to the board now is it would be unfair and perhaps in legal terminology, arbitrary and capricious to deny a sewer connection permit for this adjacent development where you have allowed it for others, unless that denial is based on a capacity issue. So those are kind of the parameters. I'm happy to answer more questions about that or questions as we go along. But that's the basic legal framework.
Questions for council? Jim?
So in my mind, we do have a capacity issue, which is that households that are already in the sewer district, that have already paid their betterment fees, wouldn't all be able, even already, to get capacity. So we make the situation even worse by allowing a connection from outside the SSA. And so I guess I wonder what, I'm looking forward to the future. What happens when we get to that? You know, the capacity limit, and the next household in the sewer district says, okay, I've paid my thousands of dollars. Now my leach field has failed, and so I'm ready to hook up. And we say, no, I'm sorry, we can't. We gave it away to a bunch of other developments on the periphery of the sewer. Do we need to then give them a refund? Are they going to successfully sue us? I guess I'm concerned that we're not addressing those needs and responsibilities.
That's a great question, Deb. Those folks that are in the district and have paid a betterment, they have an absolute right to connect. So if they come to you 3 years from now and they would like to connect, and the town says, well, geez, we don't have capacity, yes, they likely could sue the town, or the town would be in a position of being forced to figure out their capacity issues. I think the town is actively trying to do that in the meantime, right? You're all not sitting back and sitting on your hands. You're trying to actively and affirmatively deal with this issue. But that is a very real concern. I don't know of any case that dealt with a capacity issue based on people already in the district. I don't know if Mark has one offhand from his years of experience, but that is certainly an argument that could be made that as far as within the district, people have paid, they have this absolute right, so we therefore don't have capacity as a matter of law.
I think, if I might, Mr. Chairman, I think two issues I'd like to address in response to the question. The granddaddy of all cases is a 1968 case from the Supreme Judicial Court called Clark and Clark versus Board of Water and Sewer Commissioners of Norwood. And in that case, really looking at the statute, which is Chapter 83, Section 3 for the first time, the court read the following sentence. This is from the statute. If the Board of Health of a town making an appropriation shall order land abutting on a public or private way in which a common sewer has been laid to be connected with such sewer, and I'm skipping ahead, the board or officer shall make such connection. And then in the explanation on page 711 of the case, the High Court said, the sewer commissioners are not empowered to postpone presently sought connections to give precedence to connections contemplated for the future. And that's the nub of the case right there. It doesn't matter it doesn't matter if you've got, they're not making exceptions for people who have paid betterments. Those people have the right to connect. Obviously, first in time is first in right. The second point, and it's perhaps more important, is that what we're proposing to do here is try to establish a system by which no net impact is the result. I think it's a good thing for you to think about if your capacity problems are beginning to trouble you. If someone like Mr. Gallagher comes forward and he's proposing to connect contiguous land outside the sewer service area, it might be only something that you would consider if there's no net impact. That means whatever he generates, he takes out. And I think $25,000 is more than adequate to do that in an I&I removal program.
So I'll just respond briefly. The most important point is I agree with Mark in that if the concern is capacity with this particular project, his client is proposing a way to deal with that. I think Mark and I probably disagree about the impact of the holding in Clark on this particular development beyond the lot at 74 Main Street, but we don't need to have that discussion at this point.
I'd ask a follow-up, David, which would be, I guess, to the town manager, if there's been any communication with Kern and Woodward or other experts about the state of our system in terms of whether 25,000 would, what's the chances that that would be able to, compensate or more than compensate for the additional load?
So as mentioned, our system isn't as old as some of the other systems that have a lot of inflow and infiltration. We do annual work on that with TV cameras that we put into the pipes to try to find areas that we can make repairs to. So funding to help support that effort would certainly help. We also are in the early process of planning for ways to identify additional discharge capacity to, as you mentioned, serve the homes in the district that are already paid to be part of it. And so that any funding could be helped towards that effort as well. But, certainly there's the I&I work that we do on an annual basis that this would help offset the cost of.
Do we know anything about how effective our I&I work has been in terms of how much we spent? Like, we spent $100,000 and we saved this many gallons. I'm just trying to assess if 25 is the right number if we go down that route.
Well, I can get back to you with more specifics, but generally, if we find a good one, in other words, a bad one, and we plug it, we're able to limit how much water gets into the system that we're treating unnecessarily. I don't know that we can meter that or measure that, other than when a huge rainstorm comes in, there's one less leak that we're worried about.
Mm-hmm. We do have some infiltration because our largest flows are in April, which tend to be the rainiest time of year. But again, our infiltration is not that.
So how much bigger are the April numbers flowing in than the other numbers? Is it?
I forget offhand.
Okay. That's my only concern. I'm comfortable with the notion of paying for reducing the infiltration if we can get a confident technical analysis that's in the right range or more than enough. That's all.
Well, that would certainly help, and note that there also that 25,000, and Mr. Bobrowski can correct me if I'm wrong, is on top of the privilege fee.
That's correct.
And the privilege fee in this case is $210,000 for the 7 new units. And so they're proposing paying $25,000 towards I&I or any other capacity use. I mean, it's similar to the payment proposed in the agreement with Powder Mill Place, except Powder Mill Place was bigger. Other questions from members of the board? Okay, I'll just take comments from the public before we take a motion and vote. Justin, please.
Okay, we have a call-in user. It's
Hi, it's Tara from West Acton. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. First of all, I believe I'm emailed. The CWRMP is not binding, and in fact, our town council assured us that it was not binding at town meeting. There was a special vote to ensure that nothing in it was binding. Relative to the capacity, I believe that the current users, whether they've paid their betterments or not, have the right not only to connect, but the right to expand their properties to whatever's allowed by zoning, and that the town is obligated to reserve that. Is that correct?
No, the second part of your statement is not correct. So that's for people that are in the district. They can pay a privilege fee to connect, provided we have the capacity. So there's no question that someone in the district, if they pay their privilege fee and if we have capacity, can connect.
Okay. In my view, at least based on what I know, that the number of houses that we're talking about in that site, that an IA system is not inexpensive. And so $210,000 seems to be very inexpensive compared to what could be close to $1 million to put in IA systems and operate it. So I feel like $25,000 is a really small number. I think it should be 10 times that because again, this is our precious capacity, and I'm not positive that they have the right to connect, even based on the 1968 case. A lot of stuff has changed. The water, drinking water, has become more precious. The wetlands have become more damaged, and so the idea of claiming a 1968 case on anything to do with the environment or rights relative to sewerage infrastructure, I feel like is perhaps time to challenge if we want to protect our capacity, because the people did. What are we going to do when the people on River Street can't connect? The people on School Street can't connect, and how are they supposed to get access to that capacity? Is that now an obligation for the town, as Nina suggested, that the town then has to figure something out? I'm not sure that the town meeting voters will be willing to engage in a full-scale sewer expansion, and yet still those homeowners will be hard-pressed, and I think the town should be in a position to have that capacity. And if that means then challenging that 1968 case, I think that's a fine time to do that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. There was a hand up. It seems to have gone. Another hand up. It seems to have gone down. So there are no more questions. Any final comments from board members or questions for either council? Okay, I would take a motion to admit Fletcher Court to the sewer district and allow the 7 new units to connect for consideration of their privilege fee plus $25,000 to be used for I&I or another sewer purpose. No one will make that motion?
Sorry, can I actually ask a question if that's okay?
Yeah.
Sorry, it's I'm still new to learning about this, so it's taking a little bit of time. But in terms of the 25,000 that could potentially be provided on top of the privilege fees, is there any room for negotiation for more, or is that a final number?
So I don't think we can require them, but you can ask Mr. Gallagher a question.
Yeah, sure. Directing the question then to Mr. Gallagher.
Mr. Gallagher, you're muted.
I'm sorry, I apologize. We didn't pick the number out of thin air, actually. Mr. Bobrowski has had a great deal of experience in a myriad of cities and towns, which I think he spoke to this evening as town council, sewer council, all the way back. I'm going to date you into the 60s, Mr. Bobrowski.
No, let's not go there.
And he's had some recent cases where he's worked with cities and towns that are adjacent to Acton on similar causes. And to speak to one other thing, what Tara said is somewhat accurate in that one of the reasons that we're pursuing sewer on this property is this property looks like it was left behind. It's surrounded by the sewer district. On the lower section, we have a wetland on the far right-hand corner, which was caused when the rail trail went in. And on the far upper corner of the property on the adjacent side, there's an aquifer. So we could put 7 systems in here, and we could have 7 mounds, sitting out of the ground. 25 years from now or 20 years from now, it's going to be another problem, when those systems fail. And for all the reasons that Tara spoke about being environmentally sensitive, I really think that putting sewer in to these 7, considering it's surrounded by everything that's in the district and the soils conditions the way they are, makes environmental sense. But to speak to the point of the money, Mark had suggested when he was going to engage Nina that in his experience, based upon the small size of our project, we're not a powder mill, we're not an apartment building. We've got 7, moderately sized homes going into Acton, that we would consider the $25,000 number. So I'm going to say that I am somewhat flexible, but inflexible after this evening, only because we were supposed to close the 15th of November on the property. January. At the last meeting, we agreed to have Mark and Nina speak, and we have to close by next Monday. So if we're going to go to the direction of septic systems, we just can't go any further than tonight. If you feel there's another number that's reasonable, I'm all ears. But Mark had suggested it based upon his experience, and I just went along with the number, to be honest with you. I'm not that familiar with I&I, and I know that that the money could be used for other purposes for the sewer, which I'm fine with. I just exactly, truthfully and transparently, went along with Mark's number because he said he's experienced in this and it was a reasonable number.
Just to put a little meat on those bones, I did a project in Saugus. I think it was approved September of 19. And Saugus has real trouble with I&I. In fact, it literally shut down new connections until DEP would let them begin to connect again. So we had about 50,000 gallons of wastewater per day. It's a 300 unit project. This is design flow, and we paid a $250,000 I&I removal fee. So the number of gallons, the number of dollars was roughly 1 to 5. Here it's about 4,000 times 5. 25,000 is a little bit more than 1 to 5. Saugus actually has a removal multiplier so that for every gallon you pay to take out 5. That's how they get their system back into being able to receive more flow. And many towns do that. I'm sure Attorney Pickering Cook can confirm for you that Belmont has a 1 to 10 ratio, and Winchester, I believe, has a 1 to 5 ratio as well. But those are archaic systems where they really need to do that.
Jim.
Just to keep track of the process here, was this a hearing that we opened that we need to close?
No, the sewer commissioners things aren't really legally posted hearings.
Great.
The
other point I wanted to make was I took a look at the last sewer report where we had the actual flows, and you can see, as they say, that they jump up by 50, 100,000 gallons on those really rainy days, or what looked to seem to be like really likely to be rainy days. And there's maybe I see like 25, 30 big bumps like that. So I guess those are really, really big rainy days. So thinking about that capacity and thinking about how much extra capacity is coming in here from this project, and then I also looked briefly at the town manager's budget, which includes the septic enterprise fund expenses, and it's not clear to me exactly where the I&I work is done, but it's not going to be a big number because there are no really huge numbers in here except for salaries.
So I can give you a different number. I just did a calculation based on what the ARPA monies we provided to the North Hagen.
Oh yeah.
And it seemed to be almost $4,000 per 1,000 gallons per day reduction in I&I. Now, so that would be if the Hawks Crest development is 4,000, and then 4 times 4 is $16,000. But to some extent, there is less expensive per unit reduction because they have so much infiltration.
Yes.
Right. So it's cheaper to go grab it. Ours is a little harder to find.
Yeah. So in any case, I am now comfortable with the number. It seems like it would offset whatever I&I work we're doing, and surely with those huge inflows on rainy days, there's plenty more to be found and fixed.
Are you satisfied, Jeff? Okay. So I'll do this again and see. I would take a motion to admit Fletcher Court to the sewer district and allow the 7 new connections for consideration of their privilege fee plus $25,000 to be used for I&I work or other sewer needs.
So moved.
I'll second it.
So Jim moves, Jim seconds. I just want to make it clear that the 8th unit that's at 74 Main needs no vote from us. Their betterment's all paid up. There's nothing to do there, right? So that's why that's not included in my motion, just to be clear. So the motion's been made and seconded. Are we ready to vote? Okay, Jim, please call the roll.
Fran Arsenault.
Aye.
Dean Charter.
Aye.
Imogen Nagaredi. David Martin.
Aye.
Jim Snyder Grant also says aye. That's a unanimous vote.
Thank you so much, members.
Thank you, Mr.
very much.
Gallagher and Mr. Borowski.
Good
Thank you
evening.
very much, sir.
Thank you.
And
Everybody have
thank
a
you,
great evening.
and thank you, Nina, for coming tonight.
Nina, thank you.
Okay, the other sewer issue is to consider a request for sewer connection for 64 and 66 Maple. Mr. Manager.
Yeah, so for this, Attorney Singer will be speaking on behalf of the applicant, and I'm just trying to bring him in here. I think he's here now.
Am I in?
Yes.
Yes, hello.
Hello. Good evening.
Good evening.
My name's Steve Singer. I'm an attorney with an office in Wakefield, Mass. I represent Property Acquisition Group. They're the entity that owns this development. If you're familiar with the site, there's an existing two-family that's going to be renovated, and the project also includes an additional single-family home on a private way that has been approved by the planning board. The matter went before the planning board in 2019 in December, and it was approved in 2020 on February 11th. And somewhere in between, this board, acting as sewer commission, voted to increase the sewer connection fee or sewage privilege fee from $12,500 to the $30,000 that it is at this time. And it was my client's belief all this time that the connection fee for the single family was going to be at the same rate as the already paid betterment fees for the duplex there. And we entered in good faith into a contract in the fall with a new developer who's going to purchase this project. And we represented what we thought to be the case from the information we obtained from Town Hall, that betterment privilege fee was going to be the $12,300 and some odd dollars for the single family as well. And on the night of the meeting that was scheduled to, we were to appear about 2 weeks ago, we learned that the fee had actually increased to $30,000 less than a week before the decision of the planning board back in 2020 for this project. So we're in a contractual sort of bind at this point with our prospective purchaser. We were hoping that the board would possibly take some consideration into the fact that we had worked with the Historic Commission on the two-family, and as well as on the single family, which is one of those considerations that you're entitled to with respect to a waiver or reduction. We're obviously not expecting a waiver, but we were hoping for some sort of reduction in that fee. This is the information, again, that we relied on in good faith, and we're here to ask you for the connection as well as a possible consideration for a reduction in the fee.
Thank you. So just to be clear to members of the board, this is kind of the first case that we were, the first type of case that we were discussing in the last sewer commissioners issue. They are within the district. They have the right to connect if they pay their privilege fee, as long as we have capacity. What they're asking for is for us to reduce the privilege fee from $30,000 to something lower. I just want to point out two things to the board. One is we increased the privilege fee, well, maybe three things. We increased the privilege fee 2 years ago. That's one thing. Second is the $30,000 represents what it costs us to expand the sewer district on a per connection basis. So that's where the $30,000 came from. I mean, it's a rounded number, but it basically, it's what it costs us to expand the district. And thirdly, this situation came up 2 months, I believe, after we increased the fee for the duplex on Pearl Street. They wanted us, because they got in just after we increased the fee, about 2 months, I think, after if my memory serves, 2 months after we increased the privilege fee. And we didn't reduce it at that time. We decided that was, it's also, by the way, the $30,000 is about what it costs to put in a septic system. So it's all kind of a wash. But I'll open it up to discussion from the board if we want to consider reducing the privilege fee. Comments? Jim?
I'm all in favor of making the connection. I'm not in favor of having a reduction.
Any other comments? Imogen?
Thanks. So you spoke a little bit about the precedents. So like in past cases, what we've done, I'm wondering, is that the only situation that we've had where someone has asked for a reduced privilege fee? And are there cases in other towns? I don't know if our town council can speak to that, but just curious.
So the only cases that I'm aware of where we waive privilege fee is for affordable housing. So we have pretty regularly, or I should say, public housing, right? We waive the privilege fees for AHA projects. That's the only time that I'm aware, and I'm not aware of any other case. I'm not aware of any case where we reduced the privilege fee. And when we raised the privilege fee 2 years ago, we really should have raised it a decade before, right? Because the costs to expand the system, that $12,000 number comes from what it cost to build the original district, but costs are not the same as they were 24 years ago or whatever that is. So, do you want to ask council a question?
I think I'm all set. Thank you.
Okay.
Anything you'd like me to add?
Please go ahead, Mr. Singh.
No, I understand the board's position on this. I do understand the increase in costs. We were just caught in a situation when this project was approved, and your decision, like I said, the decision to increase the fee came on February 3rd, 2020, and our decision was approved on February 11th, 2020. And as far as your ability to consider things when reducing fees, historic protection is certainly one of them, or other benefit as interpreted by you as the sewer commission.
Yes, although I'm just unaware of us waiving or reducing fees for a historic project. No, that doesn't mean it doesn't happen. I'm just not aware of that. The only ones I'm aware of is for public housing. And I'm sorry that your project got approved just a week after. However, it's been 2 years since then, and the building permits have expired, and you're reapplying for the building permits, or the new owner is reapplying for their building permits. It's been a long time, right? So I would, and even the case where we were only 2 months out, we have a precedent of not reducing the privilege fee for a project that was in just 2 months after we increased them. So I would take a motion to allow 64 and 66 Maple Street to connect to the sewer for the normal privilege fee.
If I may, just before you, the address, the project is at 64, 66, 68. I'm not sure which one the single family is without just checking, but
I'll just say 64 to 68 Maple Street. I'll restate my thing. And also, I assume that for the single family home, the betterment is all paid for that, right? So you're just paying the privilege.
It's the duplex that's been paid for. That was a betterment assessment for the existing two family that's there. we're talking about the new single that hasn't been constructed.
Okay, so I would take the motion to allow the single family home at 64 to 68 Maple Street to connect to the sewer district for the normal privilege fee.
Don't move.
So Fran moves and someone
Second.
please. And Imogen seconds. Any further discussion? Jim, please call the roll.
Imogen Nagaredi,
Aye.
Fran Arsenault,
Aye.
Dean Charter,
Aye.
David Martin.
Aye.
I also say aye. We're all done. It's unanimous.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Singer. Sorry about that, but
Understood. Thank you all for your time.
thank you.
Okay.
And thank you again, Nina. And I'll move on to the next agenda item 5 for us to hear from our new economic development director, Julie Pierce-Onos. Julie, I'm really sorry that we've run so late.
Yeah, so just to as Julie's getting promoted to panelist, I'll just do a quick intro. We had national recruitment, and we were fortunate to hire Julie, and she started about a month ago, and she's been very busy with a lot of economic development initiatives, and she's here tonight to say hello and to discuss some of those with the board. And Julie, take it away. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, for having me. Just going to share my screen here.
We can see PowerPoint.
Awesome. All right. So, as you were saying, my name is Julie. I'm the new Economic Development Director, and I'm happy to present to you guys tonight. I just have 3 things that I want to talk about. One is just the foundational economic development that's already started here in Acton that I'll be continuing. The topic of strategic communication, which I think will really help, and then just the goals that I'm working on. So this slide is just an image to show why do communities invest in economic development. So, as we think about it here in Acton, something that I really think is important to note is that economic development is not exactly synonymous with economic growth. It's a broader term. So economic development is economic growth plus looking at the standard of living. So the policies that we create and the actions that we take have to have that broader perspective. They involve thinking about what's needed to attract businesses and to give users of those businesses a good experience and to give residents a good quality of life. So again, like, why are we doing this? So first off, economic developers support successful businesses in a number of ways. So they help connect to resources and capital. They help market our community as a great place to invest and to live and to do business in. It supports economic and community revitalization and just keeping our sites developed and modern and attractive. Successful businesses provide local tax revenue, of course. It also provides employment in the community and just an avenue for a stronger social fabric, right? Lots of our Acton businesses support the community. They donate to different causes. They support our schools. They employ our residents. And they're great places to shop and to eat. And then just going back to that tax revenue, so business tax revenue supports community assets. So that's public employees, amenities like parks, roads, other infrastructure, public safety, affordable housing. So these are the underpinnings of why we're doing that. So the initiatives in my office are aimed at maintaining and increasing and diversifying the tax base. And so underneath that is we want to increase our revenues faster than the cost of municipal, services increase. We want to boost economic vitality. We want to maximize the use of our different properties and spaces, creating and retaining jobs. And it also helps us increase our own self-sufficiency. Sometimes, we really rely on state and federal funds, but the more we can have a strong tax base, it helps us be resilient in times of tight budgets. So continuing on this vein of, the foundations of economic development, these things are the parts, right? So it's housing, transportation, workforce development, and workforce development includes the education of our future workforce and the existing workforce. There's zoning and planning, and there's infrastructure. So in Acton, we see investments in a sustainable infrastructure as the best recommended approach. The initiatives in my office are focused around a lot of times of pursuing additional funds. So, that supports the economic development in our town. Up here on the slide, I put, we pursue ARPA funds, we pursue grants, we like to take advantage of any tax incentive programs. With our ARPA fund allocations, we, and that was touched on earlier a little bit in this meeting, but there's infrastructure related projects within there. So you can see how even in this presentation is directly related to these things we're talking about. So specific areas I'd like to call out would be wastewater infrastructure, feasibility studies, improvements, the PFAS mitigation, and there's the physical infrastructure, but then there's also the infrastructure of how things are done. So another part would be we're exploring an online permitting system to make doing business in Acton go more smoothly. Other areas that we've worked on are forgivable loans for residents and businesses to do energy efficiency upgrades, the accessibility equipment and streetscape improvements in our public green spaces. Something that I personally, have been involved in is working on grant applications with some of my colleagues. So examples of projects there would be wayfinding signage to support businesses along the Bruce Freeman Rail Trail, grants to pay for public art initiatives to support the creative economy. And I also have been just working alongside my other colleagues to identify even more opportunities, and will continue to apply for them as they're identified. And then another thing here that I'm doing is just educating myself on the various tax incentive programs that exist. So that way I can assist businesses to apply for help, or if a business comes across my desk, I can say, hey, have you heard of this? And be that resource and conduit of information. So a couple that come to mind are the MLSC Life Sciences tax incentive that I've learned about, and the vacant storefront program that I'll be applying to. So that was kind of the foundational economic development. Next, I wanted to talk about strategic communication. And really, it has three parts: content, conversation, connectivity. And my goal here is to build trust, to build relationships, and then for those to build the capacity for businesses to be established, as businesses to grow, and businesses to thrive. So, as residents, when we see town hall, it can be a symbol of our government. Maybe it's a place that you go to, or at least you go online to pay your taxes. But it's also a place that you could go to for help, right? So you get services for the taxes that you pay. Sometimes business owners don't always have that same viewpoint of town hall the way residents see it as a source of services. So that's why I want to work on strategic communication. My ideas have a lot of layers, but basically it's going to be targeted to business owners. I want to help build relationships and trust between myself and the business community, and with leaders of commerce associations, trade associations. And that way we can build that capacity so that the town can support the local business as well, and perhaps build the capacity of businesses to collaborate with each other. So this really means that this office serves as a business facilitation office. We want to assist with just negotiating any challenges, whether it's understanding permitting or, what are the rules around a sign or whatever comes up, applying for business incentives or figuring out future growth and hiring. Like, I want to be a resource. And here just specifically are the 4 layers of my plan, which of course will take time to roll out, but it's the webpage, establishing a newsletter, hosting events, and also having one-to-one meetings with business owners. Having said that, you might have noticed I've made a few updates to the webpage. I'm going to continue doing that. And I want to just continually keep it updated with information that shows that Town Hall supports businesses, both in terms of policies and procedures, but also that we're a resource for information that's useful. The newsletter, as I mentioned, that's going to be coming. It's going to be on a regular basis to share the benefits of being located in Acton, share about any incentives that are going on, and then also a place to spotlight different businesses, to share the great things that are going on in the business community. In terms of events that I'll host, it'll be 2 types. The first type will be a forum type of event where we would convene around a particular issue or topic and share our experiences and kind of flesh out best practices. And then the other type of event would be more of a technical type of webinar or seminar where you dive into how to do a particular thing that businesses may be interested in. And then finally, I really look forward to and relish the one-on-one meetings that I've already had with business owners and that I plan to have with as many as possible. And I'm really going into those with just an open mind to listen and hear about what are their challenges, what are their wins, what are their successes, and what can help them stay and what can help them grow. And then as another part of what I'll be working on is just being available and present. So attending meetings, attending ribbon cuttings. There's a ribbon cutting coming up on Wednesday for our new gourmet cheese shop in West Acton, Eden Murray's. So I'll be attending those type of events, and then also connecting with the various associations like the Middlesex West Chamber of Commerce and 495 Metro West Partnership, and any and other associations or groups that can help lend best practices, lend support, lend good ideas for our town. So, if you're looking for me, these are the 3 main activities or main goals that I have and that I'll be engaged in, and they're listening, sustaining, and attracting. So I'm here to listen to businesses. My hope is this strategic communication plan will help draw in business owners and create relationships and opportunities. And then from there, we can learn what works, what doesn't, and what needs to happen. Currently, we roughly have a 90-10 split in terms of our tax base, residential versus commercial. So we need to shore up that 10% and then figure out how to increase that. So these 3 activities are my key goals to supporting economic development in town. And, I'm really happy to be here and looking forward to anyone who wants to reach out and just initiate a conversation.
Great. Thank you, Julie. Questions or comments from members of the board? For Julie. Imogen.
Thank you. That was a really great presentation, and it's great to meet you virtually. We got to meet during our budget workshops, so it's really great seeing you again. I just wanted to note that I think the work you're doing is great. If there was one thing that was really notable to me, just talking to people during my campaign season months back, was the importance of supporting our small businesses, especially because COVID has caused a lot of issues and has exacerbated a lot of problems for many of our small business owners. One of the most interesting conversations I had was with a social worker in Acton who mentioned the gap when it comes to mental health services and even just available providers within Acton. A lot of people, especially, students who are trying to seek help after hours, or even non-students, elderly people in our community who are trying to get mental health services, oftentimes face roadblocks with finding available appointments and things like that. And it's oftentimes because of a lack of providers. So I guess one of my questions is there any potential plans for hopefully maybe inviting more mental health experts and practitioners to potentially come to Acton and hopefully view Acton as a good place to kind of settle down?
That's a really interesting idea. I'd love to talk about it more with you. I definitely think that I can't really speak to the after hours piece. One thing that I've noticed with mental health providers, especially single owner, say like a single therapist who's trying to run their own practice, is they run into just the hassle of dealing with insurance and how that takes up a huge amount of time. And so some of them will turn to say, I'm just going to do self-pay. I'll give you a receipt. You can deal with your insurance. So I know that that's kind of a key barrier for a lot of practitioners. That's not specific to Acton. So just kind of barrier to having more mental health providers in general. So I'd love to talk about that, or how we can help, and maybe our conversation can also help inform conversations that you guys have about the social services, forming the social services committee also.
Yeah, definitely. I'll connect afterwards. Thank you.
Awesome. Thanks.
Other comments, questions? Jim.
So great to see your presentation. So great to meet you. Really glad. This is you're already, I shouldn't say this because it's not polite, but you're already miles ahead of your predecessor. We never heard a sort of a vibrant and precise presentation about economic development. And it's great. Just a couple small points from my point of view. When I think about, with my sort of sustainability climate change hat on, I'm thinking during COVID, we saw a bunch of supply chain disruptions. Hopefully those are temporary. Climate change is going to be worse, with sort of things being unavailable from elsewhere. So for me, it's a priority for economic development is any business that's going to be creating goods locally that we would normally be going far away for. So just to have that in the back of your hat. I know we can't choose. We can't say, well, we only want that kind of business and not that kind of business. But I'm sure you're going to have a sense of priorities about, what businesses you're trying to bring to Acton. I just want to mention that.
I think that's an excellent point. And I do want to mention the 495 West partnership. They have started creating a supply chain directory, just geared at being a resource for businesses in the area, so that, say you are, a manufacturer in Acton and you used to order parts from wherever and you're running into problems, maybe you could check out that directory and see if there's a place closer that you could get it, or, maybe there's a company you never heard about, and that can be another avenue. And I think that you're right, that some of the supply chain disruption is going to be a feature of climate change. And so we're better off being prepared and trying to be intentional about it.
Thanks. And my last question would be, does farms and farming fit into your portfolio of economic development, or is that a different area within the town that would be
farms? Yeah, I haven't really dived into agriculture, but definitely farms are businesses. So
Great.
So I'm open. I'm open and I'm here.
Thanks. Best of luck. Look forward to your ongoing success here.
Thank you.
Fran or Dean, anything? Dean.
Thank you. Welcome, Julie, and I hope to see you at that ribbon cutting on Wednesday. I think one of the issues that I hope you will give some thought to is see what can be done to facilitate small tradesmen, the plumbers, the electricians, the landscapers. There's some real problems here in town because we've got very exclusionary zoning and very high real estate costs, and it's very hard for a lot of these folks to find a place to set up business. And what happens is if you have to bring an electrician in from, say, Fitchburg, obviously you're paying travel time, and it's a tax on everybody. So I think to whatever extent the town can participate in looking at, what are the barriers that we've established here that discriminate against these small businessmen, blue collar workers. I was raised in a blue collar family, and my father ran a small business here in town, which fortunately for him got established. He established it before zoning was created. But obviously, that's not the situation that we're in now. I know other people in the green industry that have been taken to court by the town because they're parking a truck with lettering on the side of their truck in a residential district. I think all of these things, when your pipes are leaking, you want to get a plumber right away, but you don't necessarily want to live next door to them. And I think, there's some inconsistencies of thought there that should be addressed. So as some of the many things that I expect you'll be facing is what can we do to enhance the ability of tradesmen to operate here in town? Thank you.
Thank you, Dean. And I'm going to target this to Dean, but just put this out there to everyone that if there's anyone who knows a business owner who's willing to kind of be a connector and say, hey, there's this new person in town hall, would you be open to talking to them? Please do so. Please facilitate those conversations. Not everybody is immediately comfortable reaching out to town hall. So if you could be, especially if you know of a particular business owner, if you could be that conduit, that would be great.
Thank you. Fran, do you have anything?
Just wanted to say hi again, Julie, and great presentation. Thank you. And I'm so glad you're here. It's kind of exciting.
Julie, my only comment, I really like your emphasis on communication here with the business owners. One of my big concerns is the empty storefronts we have in certain areas of town. I feel like, empty storefronts, we get more empty storefronts, right? And so there can be a cascading effect. I will be, as you try to attract businesses and talk with the existing plaza landlords and things like that, I'll be very curious to hear what you're finding in terms of impediments from their point of view. Why can't they rent the spaces? Is it the size of the spaces? Is it, what is it when you talked about various kinds of infrastructure? Are we missing some kind of infrastructure, whatever it is? I'll be very curious to hear what you find.
Thanks, Dave. I am too. I'm really curious too. So
great. So thank you very much. Anything final from anyone? Thank you very much, Julie. I'm not taking questions on this issue from the public because there's no decision to be made here. We're just meeting Julie. If you want to reach out to Julie, you can get to her through the manager's office, manager at actonma.gov.
Thanks, everyone.
Bye. So next item is the presentation on the Acton Center intersection redesign. John.
Thank you. Yes, Acton Town meeting earlier this year, or I guess in 2021, approved the project to reconstruct the town center, which involved changing some traffic circulation, improving many sides of it, making it much safer for pedestrians and cyclists and vehicles. Director Corey York is here to just provide an update on where we are with the process and talk about any questions that the board may have about the project and give us an update on the schedule. Corey, let me see if I can make you, oh, you're a panelist, you're good to go.
Good evening. Yeah, I have just a brief presentation just to kind of walk through the plans that we have here. So I'm just going to share my screen here. As you know, we've been working on this project quite a while now, dating back several years. So we've been able to get to the point where we have the plans pretty well at 100%. We have kind of the draft set here. So just walking through, this is kind of a slide that everyone has seen. Popped up on my other screen. Sorry about that. But this slide is, we've shown this several times as you're looking at the Main Street as you come up this way. Town Hall's right here. Town Hall's right here, and the library is right here. This is where the red house is at 468 Main, and this is the common. As you know, the decision was made to have one-way traffic flowing around the common on Concord Road, realigning the intersection here, and then adding in bike lanes and getting it more of a complete street design through here. So as you look at, this is at the Newtown Road end, you'll see the crosswalks. You see a realignment of the Concord Road where it's a one-way. We don't need all the pavement. So the idea is to narrow that width. You see these areas right here. It's a sort of a cobbles kind of area with a lower curbing. What that allows is the larger vehicles, if they're turning in, it gives them a sort of a mountable area to make those turns and come in and out. So it's been good. So you'll see this. One of the main reasons for this one-way traffic was the issues with the accidents here at the intersection. So it was one of the ways we looked at trying to mitigate the amount of points of conflict. So there's only vehicles coming in. The cars aren't trying to sort of fight their way across as you're trying to come out on Newtown Road. On the other side, in front of Town Hall, it's probably more of the changes you'll see. As you're coming out of Concord Road on the one-way stretch, we're having it take more of a 90 to Main Street. So right now, where this is being shown is right about where that horse trough is. The existing road right now comes here. So in discussions with HTC and that, we've talked about we're going to relocate that horse trough over in this area. So it kind of has its own area to kind of highlight that trough. Same thing, it has a mountable area here for cars taking, larger vehicles taking turns, has that ability to utilize that space. And Woodbury Lane as well has a right turn only when you come out. So it would limit the point of conflicts of somebody turning from Concord Road, someone turning this way. So has some of the improvements in that. When you look at on the backside, we're realigning some of the curve as well. You'll see that we're pulling in the curve quite a bit. So it's kind of tightening all that up and resetting those curves. One of the issues that's come up through this process, in the beginning when we were discussing this during the conceptual phase, there was discussion and the want to have sort of a texture within the concrete, the crosswalks. And there was discussion that they didn't want sort of stamped asphalt for the fact of just the high maintenance and upkeep and the aesthetics of it. There was discussion that they wanted the concrete paver similar to what's in front of Town Hall. So it would have a better lasting quality of it. I know a lot of the neighbors have had concerns in this area with road noise, especially at Newtown Road. Those houses are relatively close to the road there. They've made comments of hearing road noise at night when it's a little bit quieter in the area, hearing the cars going over the crosswalk, sort of on the other side of the common. But we've been looking into different treatment surfaces for various reasons, whether it's a flush center island or a crosswalk. So if the board wanted to consider an alternative to the crosswalks instead of having concrete pavers, what we found was this, as far as sort of asphalt treatments, this thermoplastic type system, it looks like, well, it's kind of a painted crosswalk, but it has this thermoplastic layer that goes on top, and you can imprint it so it has that brick pattern, but it lasts much longer. From research that we've done, we found this to be in place in busier streets in other cities and towns. I think it was in Framingham on a busy street. It's been at this location for well over 5 years now, and it's held up really well. So the technology has come a long way since what you see in sort of prior years. You'd be painting the asphalt and it wears off of wear and tear. I have asked around about road noise, but unfortunately, with any kind of the surface treatment, when you have a change in material on the road and the cars are going over it, it all comes with some level of road noise. So this would probably be quieter than if we did concrete pavers and that, but it's still going to come with a level of noise, and especially at the main and Newtown Road area, and those houses are very close to the road. So even that may or may not be satisfactory as far as sort of late night cars coming and going while they're in their homes. That's sort of the nutshell of the project itself. But we, like I said, the plans that we submitted to look at were the 100% plans. They're kind of in the final draft form. We're just kind of going through details. But the one thing I did want to put before the board for your consideration of how you want to proceed was probably how we handled the crosswalks. Right now, we've stayed with what your prior boards have had suggested wanted, was to have a sort of a concrete paver brick pattern within them. But as we have been hearing from the neighbors all along, the road noise is a big concern. So we have looked at options, which, like I said, that thermoplastic is a good alternative, but it's still going to come with a level of road noise. So whether or not we wanted to get your sort of your thoughts of how you wanted us to proceed, whether you want us to look into the thermoplastic, or maybe we just stay with the asphalt through and the painted crosswalks like we have throughout town, would be the least risk of road noise for the abutters that are at the project.
Before we hear from members of the board, Corey, I just wanted to understand where we are in the process. What percent design is this, and what other steps do we have to go before we start taking bids?
These plans right here are the 100% design plans. So we're doing the final edits to it right now. Our plan will be, once we make these final changes, my hope is to be able to put this out to bid this winter, so that we could hopefully award it in the spring and then have the work underway this construction season.
Great. So I'll take comments from the board now, and since this is kind of the last chance, I'll also take comments from the public. But first, any member of the board like to ask Corey a question or make a comment? Dean.
Corey, thank you. Yeah, it's been a long time coming, so it'd be a great improvement. My question is, as far as the treatment for the crosswalks, what's the treatment that's going to be used during the Kelly's Corner project? Because it strikes me that it would be nice to have something that's consistent throughout the town.
Yeah, it's my understanding that they're using they're proposing what we do throughout town now with the white lines being painted. I don't believe, the last I spoke with them, they weren't planning sort of a brick pattern or anything that I was just showing.
Okay, I think, that I'm really conscious of the input from the neighbors as far as the road noise. I know that the existing crosswalk that we've got in front of the library is pretty loud, even during the day, and I can't imagine what it's like at night. So I tend to want to defer a bit to the neighbors.
Yeah, and you can see in the photo that I have up now, sort of on the bottom right, the crosswalk is right here, and you can see the proximity of just those two homes to that project. And I know they've commented about hearing the crosswalk, the vehicles driving that's up this way from the town hall.
Thank you. Any other members of the board have a question or comment? Okay, Justin, if you could call on the members of the public, please.
Okay, got Christy Anderson.
Hello, thank you. Christy Anderson, 460 Main Street. I am in the house Corey just pointed at. My bedroom window is right next to where the crosswalk is, crossing Main Street. And pretty much one of my windows looks right out at the one across Newtown Road. I'm really worried about road noise. The fire station has trucks and the ambulance go through all times of day and night. They have loud chains and things that dangle. For some reason, a lot of large tractor trailers in the middle of the night go down Main Street. I was a little surprised about that one. And there are the early morning landscaper trucks that go by with their trailers. I'm concerned this is going to become a permanent pothole effectively for me, kind of like living next to the train tracks. I know there are a few potholes down the road that I dream of someday. Maybe part of this project actually will get fixed. I would really, really love it if you all could go with no service there, just having painting. I know it is not the most aesthetically pleasing, but it would definitely have the greatest impact on my quality of life in this area. I love old houses. I live in Acton Center because it's an old area. I don't think it's going to be a detriment to not have these be pretty brick or even the thermoplastic. I was in Maynard earlier today on Main Street, and they have another crosswalk like we have in front of the library, and it's the exact same issue. When you have the difference in materials, you get the bump sound as you go over it. There's just, I don't know if it's settling over time or the way the materials sit differently, but it really does make a noise. So please take that into account in your decision. That's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you.
And we have David Hahn.
Hi, Corey, I was wondering if you're planning on coming back to the HDC with this presentation.
I can, if you want, I can bring this so you guys can take a look at the final plans. Yeah.
Well, you're going to need a certificate of appropriateness if you have anything sticking out of the ground more than a foot, which I think, we're moving. I missed the first part, but if it's the same as last time, there's the what should you call it? The horse
trough.
The trough. Anything like that, we need to sign off on. So you'll need a certificate. So, as I say, I didn't catch the beginning, but if it hasn't changed too much, I think we're pretty much on board with most everything. Of course, we don't have jurisdiction over the flat surfaces like crosswalk paving, but we might have an opinion, but it wouldn't be binding. But I think the members would probably want to see it anyway, as members of the public. So if you can schedule a time, we meet on the second and fourth Tuesdays, so whatever is convenient for you, we'll put you on the agenda.
Sure, yeah, like you said, where we show the horse trough is just what we discussed, when we met with you last, so there's been no change to that.
Okay.
Thank you.
And we have a call-in user. Go ahead.
Hi, this is Tara again. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm very sympathetic to Christy. I helped a very good friend work for like years and years to get a speed bump in front of her house, and it became torture. So I'm totally sympathetic. I wonder if maybe if you had the raised brick on the side streets and leave just the flat paint on the main street. Yep. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So there's no more public, no more people with their hands raised. I would say that I will say that I already contacted Corey. I'm when we added the flashing beacons and things on Main Street. I objected to the raised crosswalk because it's just bum 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 as cars go over. And this is similar, except there's the bump, 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 and then the grinding noise as the tires go over the uneven paver surface. So I'm in favor of paint crosswalks. That's what we use in other places in town. In fact, I think that the white or sometimes green paint that is used today it shows up very well. It even shows up better than the pavers. So and it's quiet, and I think that the quiet is very important. So, okay, well, there's nothing else. Thank you very much, Corey. This is looking really good. We're all enthusiastic about the overall project.
Great, thank you very much.
John, you want to say something?
I think we were looking for some direction, just so we can finalize the bidding and the plans.
Oh, you want us to vote or just get a sense of the board on those crosswalks?
If you don't mind.
We prefer painted crosswalks.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? So Dean moves, Hemminger second. Jim, would you call the roll, please?
Sure. Himaj Nagaredi.
And I think Fran seconded.
Oh, okay, so I'm sorry.
Yeah, something was feeling a little off.
Oh, sorry, misheard.
No, it's okay. Me too. So Himaj Nagaredi. How about voting? What do you think?
Aye.
Okay. Fran Arsenault.
Aye.
Dean Charter.
Aye.
David Martin.
Aye.
And Jim Snyderman also says aye. Paint is our firm, unanimous recommendation.
And paint has the advantage that the project cost is slightly less.
Yes.
It has maintenance cost more, but the project cost is less.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much, Corey.
Thanks very much.
CPA projects. Hopefully we can do this pretty quickly. I've set things up here. So usually the select board provides input to the CPC on projects that the town has requested. We don't usually give input on projects that are, that some other entity in town has requested. That's really up to the CPC. But since we're the requester, we can give a priority. John, did you want to say anything before we get into this process?
Yeah, no, just that I was going to share my screen and show the list if that's helpful and talk through some of it.
Well, I'll show you what I have for the list. I have got this prepared, hopefully to edit, and so. So I assume you guys can see my screen now. And so my intent is to we can change this. I thought we might just prioritize them in high, medium, and low. I thought I would move these up under the categories high, medium, and low. as we agreed upon them, just as sense of the board. These four at the bottom, these are they're not at the bottom because they're bad, or they're at the bottom because they're not town requested projects. And then all these are town requested either directly or in the case of the two on the bottom through the ACHC or Open Space Committee. So John, did you want to say anything about those?
Yes, thank you. And actually, in my spreadsheet, the number 15 really is a town request. I just marked it. I didn't have it bold as I should have, and so that would be a clarification on my part. But no, I think if I could talk through some of the projects, if that's helpful, give a high level overview of what each is, or
do you want to take my? I can stop sharing.
No, I'll just work from this.
Okay.
So the Ace of Palm House, that was the select board's #1 goal this year, was to sort that out. And so this was an application that Carl, part of the design team, presented to the board a few weeks ago. And this is funding to proceed with the project. And there are some things that we still need to work out in terms of the final design and layout. But I think it's important to advance this effort. And so that's what this money is for. Woodlawn Cemetery Chapel, that is the beautiful mason structure that you see when you drive up Concord Road, or if you perhaps visit over there. It's a very beautiful building. It was built by the funding from the trustees of the chapel, and it's not an accessible space, so it's very hard to utilize for things that you would want to utilize it for. And so this was a project to make some accessibility improvements to allow it to be used by more people, or all people. The number 3, Shoddy Mill Park, that is the River Street Dam project. And as part of that very large project, which we're relying on multiple grant sources and we're seeking funding from several places, there are specific components of that project that are related to historic preservation, which are responsive to concerns raised by the local historic commission. And this is funding for that portion of the project. And the rest of the project we're trying to fund in several other ways. Revolutionary War gravestone restoration. This is to hire a professional to bring those gravestones and repair them so people can read them and keep them preserved for the future. Many of them are in very poor shape. Number 6 is a playground for Audubon Hill. Melissa Ryer, our Director of Recreation, has been doing a great job. And one of the things she's trying to introduce this year is a camp hilltop, which is to supplement Nara Camp. And it's meant to be for kids that don't necessarily want to be outside all the time. But this would be an outside amenity for the hilltop program there and other programs for the rec users. Phase number 7, Gardner Phase 3 landscaping. Actually, Director Melissa Ryer presented on this last meeting what that is. Number 8 is to rehab the tennis courts, which are very popular, used for tennis and pickleball. And this would be to resurface those. And that's a project that's been to the CPC before. The boardwalk at Heath Hen Meadow, that is to create a boardwalk at Heath Hen Meadow. RHSO services, we do this every year. This is the contract we have with the 9-town agency that serves us and helps do our monitoring for our affordable housing units. It's an annual contract, but the past few times we've asked the CPC to consider funding it in 2-year groupings just to simplify the paperwork. And then number 13, that's the ACHC seeking funding for their housing programs. And the open space set aside is funding set aside to make acquisitions of open space. And the admin support number 15, this is funding that since I believe CPA was accepted here, we've offset costs of staff time and administration for helping support the CPC and all the paperwork that goes into helping to spend the funding and supporting the folks that get the funding. And this is funding for that administrative cost. That's the quick summary of the projects that the town of Acton is requesting.
Thank you. I'll just note too that in the parenthesis at the end of each line is the date and time of the presentation in front of the CPC. And so if anybody watching would like to advocate for one of these projects at the to the CPC, they can go at these at those times.
Just a note on that. Number one is listed as February 22nd in collaboration with the chair, Chair Dean Charter. That's actually been rescheduled to February 8th. So that everything else I believe is accurate though.
Okay, and so are members of the board okay with just putting a high, medium, and low on these? I don't think we need to note how to rank them. Jim?
I just had a question first. Do any of these categories, recreation, historic preservation, all those, are any of these categories, are the applications not even up to the mandated limit, or just over, which of these is like totally oversubscribed and which ones are undersubscribed, if any?
So I'll let Dean address that.
Yeah, so usually the one that we're really short on is we're really short on the historic resources projects, but we're obviously tremendously oversubscribed for historic resources this year. Recreation, there is no mandatory disbursement for that, so you literally can put in nothing if you so desire. And community housing is, we've got the percentage there, and open space also we've got the percentage there. So there's nothing in particular that really cries out for. There's no shortages here. To reiterate what I said at the last meeting, we've got about 1.6 million to spend, and we've got almost 3 million in requests. So there's you can slice and dice any way you want. I would put in one pitch for something that tends to get ignored. Number 15, that CPA administrative support, although it doesn't seem like a lot of money, it doesn't seem important. It's really important for CPA to get the work done. So I'm going to step out of a lot of this discussion because I'll be able to take another bite at this during the CPA process, but that's one in particular that I hope folks will support and put it in the highest category.
Okay, so I'm going to just do that. We can move it if someone wants to move it. So I want to say one thing before we hit. The numbers here are the line item numbers from the spreadsheet. They don't indicate any kind of initial priority or anything. They're just the line numbers from the spreadsheet. So if any member of the board wants to propose that we move something to high, medium, or low, just say so. As we move it, members of the board can just, also comment that they agree or disagree. If it seems to be most of us support the placement in one of the categories, I'll go ahead and move it. If it seems to be controversial, I'll hold it until the end. And obviously, it makes no sense for us to put these all on high or something. We might as well be providing no advice, right? So, Dean proposed moving the CPA funding support up. Is that anybody want to speak against that? Oh, I got one thumbs up. Everybody seems to be nodding. Okay, please, any member call out anything you'd like to move. Oh, just don't raise your hand. Just
okay. Just shout out. Can I move the Shoddy Mill Park, 53 River Street, up to? I don't know. I was thinking high, maybe medium.
What do people think?
Sure, why not?
Okay.
I would pitch moving RHSO and ACHC to high, just given the conversations that we've had around supporting our affordable housing efforts. But happy to take any suggestions otherwise.
Anybody object to that? We can tweak it. If we end up with 8 things in high, we can move some down to medium.
So if I can say something more, the Cemetery Commission has been working really hard on their efforts. So for them, if we could move the Woodlawn Cemetery Chapel restoration and the where is it? Yeah, the Revolutionary War gravestone, either high or medium, that would be great.
So the Revolutionary War gravestones makes a lot of sense to me. The cemetery chapel, I was wondering if that was a thing that, given all the items this year, could be delayed to a future year and put that into low, but I don't know what other members think.
I had a similar thought about the gravestone restoration, that presumably these have been slowly falling apart for 200 years, and waiting one more year is probably not going to significantly change the cost of the project or the value of doing the project.
I don't disagree with that. The only reason I separated the two of those is that the Revolutionary War gravestones are a more modest amount of money, and the cemetery chapel is a large amount of money.
Yeah,
and so.
If I can add, so just based on the conversations I've listened to, yeah, I would say that the Cemetery Commission would like to work on the Revolutionary War gravestone restoration. They've found someone to do the work. I believe if I remember their timeline correctly, they'll be starting in a couple months, hopefully. So if they can get the funding for that, that will be something that is carried through. And it'll likely be, I believe they have a staged, or they have the project in stages. So addressing like the worst conditions first and kind of working upwards. So if actually that Revolutionary War gravestone restoration could be moved to high, that would be great because they're hoping to start that soon.
And then, are you okay moving the chapel restoration to low?
I would personally like to keep it as medium. I know that they've been working really hard and taking input to be mindful about the restoration process, but this is something that they have already done a lot of work with. They found electricians, plumbers. They're trying to move along with this. But John, I don't know if you can probably speak to it better than I can.
Yeah, so I guess one thing I would add is that the trustees or the entity that oversees the chapel, I keep forgetting the name, it may not be trustees, which is separate than the cemetery. They already funded a feasibility study and completed a feasibility study to understand what accessibility improvements would need to happen. And that's the what they use to come up with this request to the CPC. So it is a project that was thought through. In terms of if it happens this year or next year, I don't know that there'd be a particular difference, but I suspect there'll be more things to compete next year that it would be competing with next year too. So if it's a project that having that building accessible would certainly be a benefit to the community.
Okay. Jim?
I'm looking at the big guy, the Asa Parlin House restoration, and I don't see it as more important than the 4 that are already high. So I think that means I think it's medium.
Okay. People can continue to talk while I'm moving.
People might disagree.
Yeah, if anybody, I'm counting on people just. We were having a discussion here, so if someone thinks that wants to make a comment that that's a good thing or a bad thing or another consideration, that just say so.
it is one of our short-term goals, but
Yeah.
I feel like there are other things that might, I mean, for example, Windsor Green window replacement. Are these three, remind me, are these three in a different category?
Right, they're not requests
Okay.
from us, so we don't prioritize them.
Okay, great. Yeah.
Again, they're not at the bottom because we don't like them. They're just not at the bottom because they're town projects. And that's what the CPC evaluates all these, but for town projects, we just give a preference to the CPC.
I have this memory that wasn't there a hope that the Elm Street tennis courts would be paid for by the school developer because they were going to park cars there or something?
That didn't pan out.
Oh, okay.
And that was postponed from last year.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's an awful condition. It really
it is an awful condition, and there are people that would use it.
Yeah.
I would propose that
community.
I would propose that we move that to at least medium.
Mm-hmm.
And the Gardner project, where I think we're so close that I think we should just get it done. Right? We have the monies in place for all the rest of the project.
Mm-hmm.
I would love to see that be high.
They have 3 years to spend this money if we give it to them, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I would put it high.
Can we move the Audubon Drive playground up to high, or is that? I think that's a great idea for that area. Or it could be medium, but I think getting the kiddos outside is great.
And maybe John can comment. I think that project, as you were saying, facilitates the new camp that they want, right?
Right.
Yeah, I think we're looking at, as I mentioned at the last meeting, we'll be looking at in our open space and recreation plan about where places to put playgrounds should be in the community. But this is a town facility that's going to support child programming, and this would be to part of the child programming, the children's programming.
So,
should grandparents be able to take their grandkids to this playground, or no? Since it's up there on Audubon Hill.
Yeah, I don't think we would secure it.
Yeah, cool.
So,
no.
Do we want that as high or medium?
I would like to see it as high, but
well, I'll put it in.
I might be more at medium there, but it hurts. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, should I would have gone medium too, but we can move it again later. There's a lot of things that we use the open space set aside for. I think that's, I don't know, higher, medium. It's a big chunk of money though.
So it is a big chunk. Move that to high and then move the playground to medium.
So we have 6, 5, and 1. I mean that might be okay, but the fact of the matter is, as Dean's pointed out, not all of these are going to be funded. So whatever priority we want to put on them, may be a tiebreaker for the CPC when they're considering things.
Where's the boardwalk needed at Heath End Meadow?
So there's the part of Heath End Meadow you can go hiking on now. I haven't done it this year, but I did it last winter because it's frozen. but you can't hike there in the summer. Well, you can if you have waders.
The existing boardwalk is it's about 20 years old. It's
Oh, the
deteriorated.
one that connects over to the cemetery.
Yeah, so this would replace that.
Oh, okay. Yeah. No, that's a mess, and it can be hazardous. Well, if we just wanted to pretend that there was no such thing as a low category, I would move boardwalk up to medium. Yeah, it's had a lot of beaver flooding, and yeah, it gets icy, and yeah, it's awful.
Do we just want to leave it there?
Sure.
That looks good. Like, just kind of like having these dual categories, I don't think is necessarily a bad thing.
Yeah.
Dean, do you think that this would provide enough direction to CPA?
Oh, we'll take whatever direction you folks have got. I think one thing that'll probably resonate with CPA is that moving Asa Parlin down to a medium sends a message. Frankly, at CPA, we're all in sticker shock when we saw that over $1 million for that project. So knowing that you folks have some hesitancy as well, that will certainly help form the opinion for the CPA.
So yeah, for me, that's a super important project, but it is so big here that it would, you get 5 other projects, right? So
some of the discussion initially from amongst CPA is that such a big project probably would be more appropriate to be in the town's capital plan and not be a CPA request, because it sucks all the oxygen out of the room, frankly.
Yes. So it sounds like we're okay with that. So it's getting late. I'm anxious to move on if nobody has any further comments. Okay, and John, I will send that to Lisa after the meeting, just for and copy Jim for notes and. Okay. The next item is a follow-on from that, is to begin a discussion on how much the CPC funding should be from the town. Right? I don't think we need to make a decision tonight, and so this is another area where I don't intend to take public input tonight. I just thought I'd open up the conversation here, and then at a future meeting, we'd have a kind of a final discussion as to whether we want to ask town meeting to increase the CPA surcharge, and that would give time for the community to give input. They can email us input, and for other boards and committees to give us input on that. But I wanted to start this off by asking you all what you thought about increasing the CPA surcharge. I will say that one of the things that was on my list of short-term goals that it didn't get voted in, but it was on my list, is to figure out a way to fund recreation projects kind of more reliably and more systemically. One of the things that's concerned me is that a recreation project is big enough that it's very difficult for the CPC to fund it in one chunk, even though traditionally a number of members of the CPC have said they prefer projects that are kind of one and done. But some other members of the CPC will say, well, obviously this is too big, right? They can't fund a $500,000 project in one chunk. And so Melissa breaks things up. You know, we do the playground equipment one year and the surfacing another year, and the et cetera. And that's just one issue. And so you know, I think it's worthwhile to increase the CPA surcharge a bit. I will say one other thing: if we increase it to the 3%, the full 3%, there, for communities that do the full 3%, there's a little bit more state reimbursement. And John had someone calculate what that might be, and it is an approximate thing because we weren't there this year, but Acton might have gotten like $65,000 more in addition to the monies that we would have on the surcharges, the 3%. So, and in addition to the reimbursement from the state. So right now we do 1.5% plus the basic reimbursement we get on the state. If we went to the full 3, obviously the amount of money we're reserving was doubled. And we get the basic reimbursement from the state plus an additional reimbursement in rounds 2 and 3 that is only available to communities that withhold the full 3%. And for us, John asked and got the answer that it would have been about $65,000 this year. So that's just a rough amount. Anyway, please, anybody on the Dean?
Well, a couple of points. First off, I think, you know, when we have any discussion of this, we should look not only at how much more money would go into CPA, but I think we should be right up front with what the impact of all of these decisions would be on the average family tax bill. I mean, it's a fairly modest amount. CPA, there is an exemption, I believe, for the first $100,000 valuation. But it seems like for the average homeowner, taxes have been marching up at about $500 additional every single year, year after year after year. And I think we have to be right up front with letting everybody know that, yeah, if you vote this, it's, you know, whatever your CPA surcharge is right now for your home, if it's going to go to 3%, it's going to double that. And I think it should be easy for people to find that number. And I think we should be right up front with publicizing what the fiscal impact would be. A lot of people are really stretched right now.
Yes, we can figure out what that number would be for the average single-family tax bill before the next meeting. Another way of saying it is that it increases your tax bill by, if we did to full 3%, to by 1.5%.
Right.
Right.
I think, you know, and people should realize that's over and above whatever increase we're going to have normally. Not to say whether it's a good idea or a bad idea. I think we should just be really transparent about it. I think, you know, my other thought is that I look at what I consider the greatest long-term value, and it's always been to put more money into open space. And frankly, I would prioritize the recreation projects, which, as I said earlier, there's no mandatory distribution for recreation. I would actually underfund that. Just my personal feeling. I think people would be more likely to vote for an increase if they had some reassurance that the money was going to go to some known pocket, for instance, open space. I think in the past there have been what I would call some frivolous projects that have been approved and funded. And I think those have been to the detriment of the credibility in some of this when we start bringing up these increases. And once the discussion carries on, some of those projects will certainly be brought up that, you know, have things that, you know, private sector projects that have been funded, projects that resulted in huge lawsuits that the town's been involved in, projects involved in basically providing spiffy new offices for the cemetery department, which, you know, I'm at a loss to understand how that's a historic resource project. So I think, you know, once we get into this discussion, why there's going to be some there's going to be some retribution.
So if members of the public, as I mentioned at the beginning, we're not going to make a decision tonight. If anybody sends us comments and you're interested in increasing the CPA percentage, please include any comments you have of what your favorite kind of projects are. I hear a lot from people who support the recreation projects. I mean, and not that people don't support the open space projects. I think they would support that as well. But I do hear a lot from people who support the recreation projects. I will want to say one other thing as we go through comments. We don't have to go to 3%. We can increase it by 0.5% too. The only reason really to go to 3 is that we get that extra chunk of reimbursement from the state. Anybody else want to make a comment? Jim?
I think longer term, the Finance Committee has been very consistent in warning us that, we're in a situation where costs go up at the cost of living because most of our costs are salaries, and our tax revenues only go up, roughly 2.5%, about 2.5%. There's obviously some exceptions there, but that's approximately it. It's not going to get easier, and for that reason, plus all the great things we can do with the CPA money, I favor ripping the Band-Aid off now and going right to 3%. We're going to get there eventually as a way of trying to deal with the compression of salaries versus tax revenue, and why not just do that once rather than twice? And why not get the extra money now that we would get by going to 3%? So that was one comment. I'm in favor of moving ahead with it. The other thing I noticed in the last few years, I think the other thing that people will want to see is, what are the projects that we could do with this money? I'm also mostly looking at the big expensive open space projects that might possibly be coming up. And to that end, and also speaking to Dean's concern about, sort of where this money goes, we do have the statutory right to raise the percentages that are required for any particular category. Right now it's 10, 10, 10 for the 3 categories that have mandatory minimums. I'm not sure about the pros and cons, but I'm open to the possibility of raising the open space percent, and just making sure that we understand that we're going to be putting money away for that for a while. That's it.
Thank you. I did. Sorry about all these things. I did forget to say that a previous board put together a committee to study this issue. The results of that committee is in a report which is in your packet. In the end, they recommended not changing the percentage. Not changing the 10, 10, 10 percentages, but yes, increasing the to 3%. There were concerns about tax impact and things like that. You can read the report. Fran or Himija, any comments? Himija?
Yeah, just very quickly, all of these projects are really important, but also just wanted to note the fact that a lot of families in Acton have been struggling financially. So, anything that could potentially increase, the tax requirements or anything that would put an additional financial burden on them is something that we should very carefully consider. So, looking forward to hearing more about it, but that's kind of my approach. I approach it with a little bit of hesitancy, especially because of the situations that many of our families are going through right now.
Fran, do you have anything?
I look forward to continuing this conversation. I think I echo what Jim was saying about ripping the Band-Aid off. and going straight to 3. But of course, considering, the tax reallocation or burden for some folks, that has to be a consideration. I think it's just so hard to find funding when we're struggling with a CPA list, and it seems like a logical thing to do to increase the rate. And I like Dean's idea of associating a certain project of open space.
Well, it'd be interesting to hear what people's preferences are for use of the monies, and just so the public knows and they can make comments. The monies can be used for historic preservation, open space, community housing, and recreation. Jim.
Just one last comment. In terms of the sort of the tax efficiency of raising money through the CPA versus our own tax levy, it is highly leveraged, which is nice. We get by being willing to take some money from the property tax, we get additional money from the state. So it's less, it's more efficient in terms of its the burden on taxpayers.
So I'm thinking of bringing this back, giving the community and other boards and committees time to comment, bring this back 2 meetings from now. And by that time, we'll probably need to make a decision as to whether we want to put it on the warrant or not. So, and take a look at that report if you haven't already. I wasn't going to take any comment here, but the chair of the HDC has his hand up, so I will take him. Justin, if you could let David Hahn speak, please.
Okay. David, go ahead.
David, you can unmute.
Yeah, David, am I allowed to comment on your list, or should I just stick to this percentage discussion?
Just stick to the percentage discussion. The list, really, you have to go to the CPC.
Okay. Yeah, regarding the percentages, I'd be in favor of the 3%, I think. And I'll also point out, in terms of open space, if you look at, I've seen a lot of studies from the best planning schools in the country, including MIT and others, that the best use of a tax dollar to keep costs down in a town is purchasing open space and setting it aside so that it doesn't become developed, especially if it's residential, say subdivisions. They never really pay for themselves. They end up costing more than the tax dollars you get. So I think your comments about open space are pretty much on the mark. And of course, putting a plug in for historic preservation, I will point out that if you look at the CPC funding over, I think it's 20 years, isn't it, Dean, that we've had it, the program, something like that. Historic preservation's been underfunded if you take the whole 20-year period. So, but I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move on to agenda item 9, the farmers market location. John, please.
Thank you. The board that runs the farmers market has asked that the town let it use the same location it used last year on Elm Street. And this is something that we talked with staff, and there aren't any concerns. If the board is okay with that, if they would just authorize me to execute a renewal of the license agreement for it to use that, I believe the same days that it used it last year.
Would anybody like to speak against this on the board? I don't see anybody. Any member of the public like to speak against it, please raise your electronic hand. Okay, I would take a motion to approve the farmers market location on at the Elm Street. Is it the Elm Street playground or the current Elm Street location? If someone wants to make that motion.
I'll move that. And also, if I could, a friendly amendment. I don't know if it needs to be included, but it seems like we want to authorize the town manager to sign this agreement.
Yes, and authorize the town manager to sign this agreement for the 2022 farmers market season. Someone want to second the motion as friendly amended?
I'll second.
So Jim moved and Dean seconded. Jim, would you call the roll, please?
Happily. Dean Garter.
Aye. Aye.
Imogen Nagareddy.
Aye.
Fran Arsenault.
Aye.
David Martin.
Aye.
I say aye too. It's unanimous. Go get that agreement signed.
Item 10 is designated liaison for the open space and recreation plan. John, did you want to introduce this?
Sure. Yeah, we started the process. Our open space plan technically expired in October, but we've been in touch with folks at the state, and they've assured us that it's not really a problem for us as long as we show an effort to update it, which we've already started. We've reached out to boards and committees throughout the organization to see if they have a specific person that they want to be the liaison to the effort, who would participate in working group meetings and just be the primary point of contact. And so we're asking this board if there's someone that you'd like to be that person, with the understanding that there would be public engagement generally that anyone could participate in, but that one person, we'd like to have one person as kind of the point from the board for the effort. It's about a 6-month project, about a 3 or 4 month project.
6 months.
I'm currently liaison to both the Open Space and Recreation Committee. I'd be happy to be liaison. You guys wanted me to. Is anybody else interested in doing it?
I have some interest. I was involved in the last 2 OSRPs, so I have both fond memories and some shudders about the work that's involved. But I'd be happy to help out with that too.
Okay. I'm happy with that too. Anybody else want to make a comment? Well, why don't we do a thumbs up, thumbs down for Jim then, and if Jim gets it, I'll just stay aside. So that's totally fine. So we do our liaisons this way. So only 1 thumb, 3 thumbs, 4 thumbs. Okay. So
I'm honored.
So Jim is liaison to that.
Okay. Thank you.
Update on the home rule petition authorizing restricting fossil fuel infrastructure. John or Jim? I don't know.
Yes, I would defer to Jim on this. He testified last week on this matter.
Yeah, so we learned a little bit about the legislative process. We did have a hearing last fall. I mean, the fall that was a few months ago at the Municipal and Regional Government Committee. They hear a lot of home rule petitions, and they were mostly puzzled about why accept a home rule petition if there's ongoing state legislative process to maybe solve this statewide. But they did report it out, and the next committee that grabbed it was the TUE Joint Committee, which is Telecommunications, Utilities, and Energy. And they had a particular interest in actually encouraging us to support these home rule petitions because they wanted to have they wanted to create a strong case to the rest of the legislature and the governor that there was a groundswell of support for making progress on decarbonizing all new buildings, keeping fossil fuels out of there. And so the hearing was great. We all got our 2 minutes of fame, and we don't know what's next. But the chairs of those committees are apparently somewhat more powerful than the chairs of the MRG committee in some way, in the mysterious way that the House works. So the advocates from the other towns who know a lot more about state legislation than I do said this is a good sign. It either means that we're going to get our home rule petition approved, or that they're actually going to be able to do statewide legislation, either an opt-in state legislation to allow towns to ban fossil fuels, or in new construction and major rehab, or just a plain old statewide ban. Or it would provide pressure to the stretch building code to be fully a real net zero stretch code that we could opt into. So seems good. Slow, but good.
Great. Any questions on that for Jim before we move on? Item 12, update on draft MBTA community compliance guidelines for multifamily districts. John, please.
Thank you. So the legislation that was pushed through by the governor's office was approved, and the state just came out with regulations for how we're supposed to interpret the legislation. And so planning and town council gave an initial review of what these new MBTA zoning rules mean to the town of Acton, and we've provided that in the board's packet for it to consider. The key points of it are that there's a comment period which opened a few weeks ago, and it runs through March 31st. And that is an opportunity for the board itself, and then any residents that live in town that are interested can submit comments to DHCD on the draft guidelines. And so it's our recommendation, Director Kristen Guichard, and my recommendation that this board hold a hearing of some sort or a public meeting, probably in March, for it to take comments from the public and for this board to form its own feedback to send in a letter back to DHCD. Some of the key issues here are because we live in a community that has a MBTA station, there's certain housing and density regulations that we need to comply with. And our initial review is that we are not in compliance, just based on a few factors. But there's a process to provide a form to the state to continue compliance for until March of. If we do this form, we would have about 2.5 years to make any changes that we decide to make if the town would like to be in compliance. So basically, what we're recommending is that the board provide comments to DHCD, that the board we fill out this form to give us an extension to work on it, and then we spend the next few years figuring out if the community wants to make any changes to its zoning, and if so, do that by the end of 2024.
So is everyone okay if we arrange a community forum sometime in March? Any other comments that need to be made now?
Is it okay to continue to feed questions to you, John, about the interpretation? If we
Yeah, absolutely, and that'll help make for a better presentation because we intend to make this wasn't a presentation; it was really just an update. And Kristen will be there that night to give a presentation about the whole thing. And we've been receiving, or the board's been receiving, some comments from folks, which is great. But that would be, if we direct them to submit them at that night or for that purpose, then the board can consider that feedback and move through the process.
Beautiful.
Great. And last main item is discuss plans for 4th of July. John.
Thank you. So we didn't hold the 4th of July celebration this past year. And at this point, we're not planning to hold one in 2022 either. There are several reasons for that. Financial is one of them. We heavily rely on local businesses to support the program and fund the fireworks, which cost at this point, they probably cost around $20,000. They were $16,000 to $18,000 in the last few years. And 2/3 of that was funded from a few local businesses. And we didn't feel right asking for donations last year, and I'm not feeling much better about it this year. And so that's part of it. And there's a few other logistical challenges that we're concerned with, but those were the primary ones. And I guess with that, as what we're looking at, I guess what I would also say is that this might be a good opportunity for the community to start thinking about what it wants to do for the 250th recognition. And maybe that would be a time to plan a big fireworks thing, among other things that the community wants to do. And taking a pause on this, even though it's great and it's a wonderful celebration that I was fortunate to go to my first 3 years here. If we maybe perhaps take a break from that and start planning for this other effort, this would be a good time to start thinking about that.
Comments? Dean?
Yeah, I think it's a great idea. I agree, and I think we all agree that fireworks this year is a real no-go. But I am really pleased to see that there's some interest being generated in a commemoration of the 250th. So maybe we'll have a really nice event in April of 2025.
Imogen?
Yeah. Just wanted to echo. I think that it makes sense not having the fireworks this year. And yeah, just preparing for our 250th anniversary. And especially given the COVID situation, it seems like the most prudent decision. So yeah, I'm in support.
For me, reluctantly, I'm in support. I mean, I think it's been a signature event for the town and something where the town and people from surrounding communities would come to Acton, and it was super nice. I guess it makes sense not to do it this year, but I would like to hold out the possibility that we do it before 2025. I mean, maybe in 2025 it's on Patriots Day, or whatever makes sense in the planning for that celebration. But I'd like to hold out hope that we might have 4th of July fireworks in 2023 or 2024. Anything else?
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that there was understanding and comfort with the idea of not doing it this year, and certainly the future years we can discuss as they come up.
Sounds like everybody's in agreement with that.
Thank you.
Okay, I will go through the consent items. Item 14, approved meeting minutes, December 20th, 2021. 15, committee appointment, Thomas Jacoby, full member, Board of Health, term to expire June 30th, 2023. 16, approve allocating $6,000 from the Energy Fund to cover energy efficiency upgrades for the Red House at 468 Main Street, including pipe installation, weather stripping, and window inserts. 17, approve letter of support of the 53 River Street Dam Removal Site Restoration Project. 18, approve making the Connections intermunicipal agreement extension to June 30th, 2022. And 19, approve letters of support for Metropolitan Area Planning Council application for Powder Mill Road project.
I'll hold that one.
Okay, so I will take a motion to approve items 14 through 18 inclusive.
So moved.
And is there a second?
Second.
So Jim moves, Fran seconds. Jim, would you call the roll, please?
Sure. Fran Arsenault.
Aye.
Imogen Nagaredi.
Aye.
Dean Charter.
Aye.
David Martin.
Aye.
And Jim Snyder-Grant. All sorts of consent, yes.
And Jim, your concern with item 19.
I've been trying to learn more about this one. One thing I learned from John was that the phase 1 study hasn't been released in its final form yet, so it's hard for me to evaluate what makes sense for phase 2. We're being asked to approve an application that's at this point only in draft form. So I guess I would prefer, if this is a question for John, if we can wait until the phase one actually comes out. I mean, I also recognize that you could go ahead with a grant application without a formal letter from the board, but it seems like it would be better to have the letter of the board if we can wait.
Well, to the answer of timing, to the question of timing, rather, I think the MAPC technical assistance applications are due soon. I can double check on that. But I think that's why we're submitting it now, because I think it's due soon. And if we wait till after it's due, then we may not get considered. And it is a request for grant funding. It's not a project that we're moving forward with. We may not get the grant funding. And the board doesn't have to write a letter of support if it doesn't want to, I suppose. It's just something that I thought would be a good, nice kind of finishing touch to the application.
Yeah, well, like you said, if the actual commitment to actually doing something is later, that's, like maybe funded by the MassWorks grant, I think you were explaining to me. I would just like to, I'm okay with supporting this letter tonight. I just would really like to get the phase one report in my hands as soon as possible.
Yeah, and just to some of the work involved in this are to look at the zoning in the two towns, Acton and Maynard, to make sure that there's not inconsistencies that would make it not make sense. It also is to looking at riverfront activation to try to bring that river to the people, and then a streetscape improvement plan. Those are the primary components of the project.
So I think it's important that we support this. I would advocate that for a couple of reasons. I do understand Jim's point that we haven't seen the previous phase results yet, but this doesn't commit us to any particular outcome. It's just requesting to continue the process, and I think it's important to do that along with the town of Maynard, right? And we kind of have to move forward together here. So, anyway, I think that it's important to be cooperative with our neighboring town. So, I advocate moving, that we do this. Any other comments from members? Okay, I would take a motion to approve the letter of support for the MAPC application for the Powder Mill Road Corridor project.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Jim, would you call the roll, please?
Sure. I'll abstain. And Fran Arsenault?
Aye.
Imogen Nagareti?
Aye.
Dean Charter?
Aye.
And David Martin?
I say aye.
Okay, so that's 4 votes in favor, no votes against, and 1 abstention.
And finally, if no one has anything else, I would take a motion to adjourn.
Ooh, I'll do that one. So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Jim moves, Dean seconds. Jim, would you call the roll, please?
Absolutely. Fran Arsenault?
Aye.
Imogen Nagareti?
Aye.
Dean Charter?
Aye.
David Martin?
Aye.
Jim Snyder Grant also says aye. We're united in our desire to go to sleep.
Good night, everyone. Thank you very much.
Good night.
Good night.